Testing, testing. There we go. Looks like I am live. So nobody is in chat yet, but I'll change that. I'll go share the link around so that people will know that the live stream has started. There we go. The first people are beginning to show up. That's what I like to see. Hi, NeoAnarchist. Hi, Margot. Hi, Emily. Hi, who knows, maybe I'll return someday. Hi, Uni. Hi, John Mesmer. Yes, cat fight behind me. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm babysitting somebody's cats for a little while. Yeah, there's two of them. There's two black cats. One is like full grown and one is a kitten. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to block the cats, you know, like, oh wait, it's this way, it's this way. There you go. Yeah, I should just move away. I should just let the cats be the cats there. All right, getting settled in here. Okay, cats. Margot says, meow meow, play nice. Yes, so it's the message has been delivered. See, now I need to be able to. I'm having some minor technical difficulties here. Ah, there we go. Much better. Much better. Justin says, thanks for everything you do on this channel. Every video you drop adds more depth to my understanding of politics. I'm very glad to hear that. And I'm also glad that it adds to just your understanding of politics in a general sense, you know, not just anarchism or socialism. I think that's a compliment. Yeah, I think the meows are what assisted them, Margot. That's precisely what it was. Hello, Lily. Hi, Iris. Cool, we're doing pretty good. People are showing up, you know. So I guess I'll just, you know, begin my wild rambling as I do. So the channel's in a pretty good place. You know, it's growing steadily. I am, you know, getting a pretty steady influx of new viewers. I guess what I would say is the channel is growing linearly, not exponentially. So it's growing at about the same rate every month. I get about 300 to 500 new subscribers every month, but that number is not really going up, which is honestly fine with me. I'd rather just have like quality viewership rather than just numbers. I'm not trying to get just numbers. I want to make sure that I'm communicating to the people who are most interested in this knowledge and who are most likely to act on it and for which it will enrich their lives, the most, which is probably people who are already at least a little bit politically aligned, a little bit radicalized already, or at least questioning. So if that's the kind of audience that is being cultivated on the channel, then that's good. I don't need the channel to grow faster and faster. This isn't a vanity project for me. So I'm also very pleased that A Modern Anarchism Part 3 Revolution was released recently. I can't tell y'all how stressful those essays can get in the last months of production, both because, I have this feeling like, at all times I need to be doing work. I don't want to ever kind of sit down and relax is one of the problems. So, I'm always really happy when the essay is released and it's out. So that one, I'm in these kind of early months of the process, I'm feeling kind of relieved and I'm feeling more relaxed. So it's usually a good time for me to do these live streams for that reason. But I'm already working on part 4 of A Modern Anarchism, which will be on the topic of organization and system viability. So I'll be going into the work of people like Stafford Beer, for example. And some people may or may not be familiar with him. Stafford Beer was a cybernetician and a systems engineer. He created a theory called viable systems theory, which is basically about what are the minimum things that are necessary for a system to be viable. And he means any kind of system, which if you've been watching and paying attention to the series of modern anarchism closely, a system works at all scales of society. A system doesn't just mean something that is technological or even social. We could say that molecules and organisms and ecologies are also systems. So it's a very wide-spanning, very powerful theory, and I'll be utilizing it in order to talk about how organizations must be built, and then using his conceptions along with anarchist political theory in order to answer the question, what is necessary? How must horizontal power structures be constructed in order for them to be viable, in order for them to perpetuate themselves, as I've talked about in previous sections, what is called autopoiesis, the ability to self-perpetuate. So, that is the current status of video essays on the channel. I'm very early in the writing process. However, I've already got, I think, about 4,000 words. I don't remember if it's 3,000 or 4,000 words done on the script to the next part. So it's already coming along. There's already some meat to it. I've already got a pretty good skeleton and some of the beginning of the topics that I'd like to talk about there. So that one is coming along. And of course, I say this and I already know that it's going to be something that later I go back and hear myself say this and just think it's absurd. But I want this one to be shorter than the previous parts. I'm hoping that I can keep the topic of organization down under 2 hours. That'd be ideal. Thank you, Steve McNally, for the $20 donation. It just says, congratulations, Dan. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. And something I was thinking about doing for the stream here is if you donate money or you become a patron, I'll let you choose the colors of the lights behind me. So if you want to name a color, Steve, I'll put that on as the color behind me. Until somebody names a color, I'll keep it on this, a prismatic rainbow fluctuation. But I guess, the other thing I guess I would talk about the state of the channel is I'm feeling pretty confident that what I want to do is focus on the Anark Responds videos for now and only do the Anark Abridged videos when I feel like there's some topic that really, grabs my attention that I want to do a little more of a, structured commentary on just that topic. So I'm probably going to do Anark Responds videos and then interspersed with Anark Abridge videos as I think that they're necessary. I'll probably continue to just answer comments on my video essays. I might kind of go through those in a chronological sense, like, you know, after the stage is revolutionary or the stage is counter-revolutionary, I go on to the videos that follow it in succession and go look at the comments for each of those. So I think that's probably what I'm planning on doing with the channel. I'd also like to say early in the stream, because I always regret not doing it until like almost the end of the stream. But if you enjoy the work that I'm doing on the channel, you know, please become a patron. Go over to patreon.com/Anark, ANARK, and become a patron for any amount that you can. I would really appreciate it. It would really help me be able to kind of just live an easier, more comfortable life so that I can put more of my effort and my time, not into like, you know, odd jobs and everything to make ends meet, but just the channel, focusing on the channel as much as conceivably possible. The Patreon is the reason I'm able to do that, is the reason why you're starting to see more production on the channel, why I'm starting to release videos more, why I'm starting to explore different kinds of formats. It's because the Patreon is growing. So it's like it's a direct correlation, and you should expect the quality of the videos to go up in a coordination with the Patreon, because I am getting to spend more of my time on the channel is what that means. So pitch over, you know, probably make it again later in the stream, but I should probably like catch up with what people are talking about in the chat. So congrats on 18K. You are severely underrated. Well, I appreciate that. Yeah. You know, I've heard numerous people say that. I assume that at some point the algorithm will catch one or another of these videos, and maybe the channel will grow in proportion to that. But, you know, I'm just letting it go organic. You know, like I was saying earlier, that I'd like the channel to just grow at whatever pace it grows. Yes, Iris, that is Morticia and Gomez. I am babysitting them right now. Who knows says, hey, Anark, everyone here. I like it. I like it. Big Mama Frida says, I want your numbers to go up. We need anarchist propaganda into somewhat more of the mainstream spheres. Yeah, I mean, that would be nice. Obviously, I would like if my work blew up like that and more people were reading it, more people were analyzing it, more people were doing commentary on it, obviously. But, you know, like I said, I want it to grow organically. But if, you know, organic growth is also y'all telling people, you know, spreading my work to others, you know, sharing my videos on whatever social media platform you've got, you know, that's actually part of their metrics. You know, if it's shared on more social media platforms by more people, it even takes that into its metrics, like shares of the video elsewhere. So, you know, that stuff also matters. Like share it on your Facebook, share it on Reddit or whatever. House of Miklos says, congrats, Daniel, and thanks for everything. Yeah, absolutely. I enjoy doing this channel. You know, like this channel is obviously, you know, it's like work insofar as that it produces stress within me to some degree, but I love doing the work that I'm doing at this channel. I enjoy doing the work that I do on Anark. So I'm happy to provide these materials, and I'm happy that they're enlightening to people and that people, you know, find them informative, and that they actually change people's conceptions of the world, and sometimes even drive people to act in the world in a way which I think might be more effective. So, you know, the pleasure is mine, you might say. So May says, what are your thoughts on prefiguration in terms of concrete sourcing? Farms, factories, etc. It seems to be a missing piece in the direct action I've seen and participated in. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that's kind of one of, you know, it's hard for me to form my thoughts on it, because for me, that's kind of just one of the basic assumptions of the prefigurative method, is that we need to be building all of those aspects that would constitute a future society. That includes, of course, things like farms and factories, or, you know, people have maybe arguments about factories, but the ability to do large scale production, that's going to be necessary, you know, like however it's done. Whether it's, you know, a bunch of decentral, small scale, or some large scale, we need to have that stuff begin developing now. The seeds of the new world have to begin growing in all ways. And that includes production. That includes our, presence within the economy, within the production cycle. So yeah, absolutely agreed. And it's something that, of course, is not being done enough. However, I do know people that do think it's important and are beginning to do work on that kind of thing, including Cooperation Tulsa, one of the groups that I'm part of, but also just people that I know. One of the people that I see a lot around the channel, a guy named Five Arrows. He also is doing a very large farming, and agricultural production cooperative, as he calls it. And so this stuff is starting to happen, but it's not extremely visible. It's not extremely easy to see for everyone right now. So I just want you to know that kind of stuff is definitely beginning. Mohammed Mazin Hamdi says, heyo, what do you think of Benjamin Tucker and Max Stirner? Are they full-fledged anarchists or ANCAPs? Tucker is one that, okay, I haven't read Tucker. I'll just say that, I've skimmed Tucker. I kind of know the loose conceptions of some of his arguments. My understanding is he tends more towards that market socialist or market anarchist sort of orientation, but I don't want to try to speak on Tucker as if I am in any way sort of an expert on his work. As for Stirner, I've actually read quite a bit because I read quite a bit of Stirner for my video, A Modern Anarchism Part 2, called Anarchy, where I kind of discern my theoretical understandings of the differences between the individualist and the social trend in anarchism. And I highly recommend you go watch Part 2 of A Modern Anarchism if you'd like to see me speak about my feelings about Max Stirner, which are not entirely negative. I would say I kind of have maybe what you might call nuanced critiques of Stirner, but I also think that he brought some very valuable points to the table, things that are good for us to understand about our self as psyches, what we are as beings, and kind of taking into account our needs as beings. And I think Stirner does a good job of trying to kind of recenter us on dignity of self. So let's see here next. Yeah, I guess in the last part, I don't think Stirner can be considered an anarcho-capitalist. Yeah, I'm going to second that. I don't think Stirner was an ANCAP. In fact, Stirner seemed to be pretty against private property. So no, Stirner would have considered capitalism another spook, another phantasm, as he would call it, since it doesn't help the unique and its ownness. It is a phantasm. It is a figment of our imaginations, which can be abolished by simply doing things in a different way. So, yeah, and as Iris points out, this is spoken about in A Modern Anarchism. A neo-anarchist says, does it make sense for social anarchists to call themselves as such? Aren't they just a type of anti-state communist? I mean, social anarchism is the main trend in anarchism. It is the majority trend, both or I would say historically, and today it's kind of a loose mixture. But I would say the individualist trend in anarchism is kind of a minority trend. If you look back throughout history, it didn't really participate in any revolutions of its own. This is of course not to kind of start any kind of shit with individualist anarchists, but it's just it's true. If you look at it, there's examples of revolts, and there's examples of people kind of living these lifestyles of I don't know what you might call it, like anarchist banditry. And of course they will often be quite present within social movements, but anarchism is largely social anarchism. That is the majority trend. So, I don't know, calling it anti-state communism, it's like you could, if you like. I would be more tending to just call it anarchism, because it seems like it is the majority of anarchist theory. But I don't really, I think it's just better to discern the different trends within anarchism. You know, there's social anarchism and there's individualist anarchism, and those are just two big categories within anarchism. You might say there's kind of a third, which is either, I guess you might say synthesis anarchism, or some form of like mutualism might be kind of a Venn diagram lying on both, in between both of these, or including both of these to some degree. But yeah, let's see here. Dialectica Sapiente says, yes, short, under 2 hours. Yeah, for me, that's short, okay? I want to write a book, and I'm over here having to write video essays. And the video essays, I'm only able to do like 17,000 words. I want to do 170,000 words, y'all. I cut as much content out of these scripts as ends up in the scripts. Like, if these scripts included every little tangent I wanted to go on, they'd be like literally 2 times as long as they are. So... What non-anarchist texts, Full Metal Dorito says, what non-anarchist texts would you recommend anarchists read? You know, like, you can find a lot of that in my videos. I'm actually very synthesist in that sense. You know, I'm open to reading and responding to a variety of different conceptions of the world, insofar as that I think that they've got something figured out. So complex systems analysis is something that I read a lot about. Capitalist power has definitely caught my interest, and I think there's a lot of merit to that. Yeah, sorry, I had to check my mic. But what would I recommend? You know, non-anarchist texts, like right off the bat, I think Marx is worth reading. Some other anarchists might say otherwise, but like, reading the economic manuscripts is definitely a good use of your time. I don't know if I would start with Capital. You could read Critique of the Gotha Program. Or you could read, you know, an analysis of Marx. You know, I think Harvey is one of the big people. The other one is a guy, his last name is an Indian name. It's what is it? Swedish Socialist is always talking about this person. Let me see if I can find them. No, I can't find it. It'd take too long. I'm just going to give up on that tangent there. There's also Red Plateaus, which is a YouTube channel, which people don't talk about as much these days, but Red Plateaus is kind of like a libertarian Marxist channel. And, you know, I would say I think that their perspective should just be called orthodox Marxism, but that's not an insult by any means. I just think that they're reading Marx as Marx was intended. Red Plateaus would be a great place to go look. And Red Plateaus, the people who run Red Plateaus actually wrote a book as well called Prefigurative Politics, which is excellent. Highly recommend reading that. Also, just, you know, reading strategy and tactics from a wide variety of sources. Worth doing. You know, those sorts of topics are ones where, yeah, there's probably some, you know, ideological, you know, biases that are present and stuff, but it's also just like, you can take a lot of those strategic lessons and apply them in all circumstances. So I think that, you know, there's just, I don't know, there's so many things I could say. There's so many that I could recommend. It's just kind of hard to even know where to go on that, in that sense. But those are just some that came off the top of my head. Muhammad says, Stirner wasn't a communist, was he? He was for... Oop, the chat just refreshed. That's unfortunate. But anyway, the last you know, Stirner was not a communist, no. However, Stirner was not an anti-communist. So even the passages you could find where he's speaking out against communism, he's speaking out against every economic system. He considers economic systems to be phantasms. So... it wasn't that he was anti-communist. You'd be against a totalizing or a universalizing communism, or communism as an ideology or as a task or as a goal, as something that supervenes the needs of the individual or the unique and its ownness. So he was neither a communist nor an anti-communist, you might say, in that sense. However, he does say some things which are pretty communist. And if you really take into account everything he's saying, it pretty well just entails communism. And that's where you get, in fact, the tendency that's called ego communism. Anarcha-feminist and says, thoughts on the state? You know, I got to tell you, not a big fan. Not a big fan of the state. I know that might shock you. Probably surprising to hear, but I am not a big fan of the state. Emily says, I actually liked Anark Abridged more, but responses are cool too. But I honestly don't see much good critical responses to your stuff, to be honest. Yeah. No, I mean, I'll keep that in mind. You know, I take that sort of feedback seriously. I've kind of gotten mixed responses on if people want Anark Abridged or Anark Responds. So, you know, if you're listening to this right now, you know, make a comment, tell me your opinion. You know, do you like the Anark Responds videos better, or do you like the Anark Abridged videos better? You know, and you know, whatever your answer is might sway me one way or another on which one I do. So. An architect says Morticia and Gomez are the official Anark mascots now. You know, that seems like a bad thing to do, given that I won't have them forever, and you know, people get attached to them, want to see them in the background every time. So maybe I shouldn't do that, but I'd be down for it. You know, they are black cats, just seems perfect, right? Double Sabo cat. I want to see you criticize other. And Muhammad then says, I want to see you criticize other anarchists you disagree with. Yeah, well, if that's what you want, you'll find that in A Modern Anarchism Part 2. And I think you'll find that it's pretty reasonable. I actually try to avoid getting into polemics, which is not to say I'm perfect. Everybody uses Twitter, and Twitter destroys everybody's brain, including mine. But in a general sense, I try to avoid polemics. I think that they can be very much a distraction, and that I try to mix, I try to have an even mixture of construction and deconstruction, you might say. And that's just kind of my philosophy, you know, but there is some criticism you can find. I guess also then my video Hope. Hope is another place you can find some criticism of anarchist strains that I disagree with. So those are the two places you'll want to look if you are trying to find that. Neo-Anarchist asks, what do you think of Luhmann and systems theories? I think anarchists can be too reductive around hierarchy. More rigorous theory is needed. Well, I'm trying to produce that rigorous theory. What do I think about systems theories? I mean, you can see that in A Modern Anarchism, parts 1, 2, 3. Like, that's all utilizing systems theory. I don't think anarchists are too reductive around hierarchy, but that really depends on what you mean by hierarchy. You know, hierarchical power structures, as I call them, that's bad. They're just bad. They just lead to bad things. They're pretty much just universally, they're literally the organizational force that we should be opposing or trying to dissolve. Hierarchies of power or hierarchical power structures are essentially kind of a universal negative, but it kind of depends on how you define hierarchy. Hierarchy has different technical usages in different fields. You know, for example, in computer science, hierarchy is just completely nebulous. It just means structure. It just means the way something is structured would be called its hierarchy. You could have something that we would call completely horizontal, and it would still be a kind of hierarchy in computer science. Whereas hierarchy usually means in system science, it means layers of nesting. But if what is meant by layers of nesting, if hierarchy is what is meant there, anarchists don't really oppose hierarchy at all. But I also just don't think that that is a good use for hierarchy. That word doesn't really apply there, in my opinion. I think that both of these are erroneous usages of hierarchy, which implies power over or layers of domination, preeminence or importance, which I think that the anarchist should oppose in a structural sense, especially when it comes to the delegation of decision-making power. I think it can be it's just pretty much a universal danger and a negative for the people that are involved in systems of hierarchical power. Do you have an opinion on George Sorrel? So that's a pretty obscure figure, but I know about it because people have brought it up to me before. Or Sorrel. Sorrel was, I believe, an Italian anarchist who became a fascist. And he was somewhat influential on the anarchists of his time. But I think it's a little bit exaggerated how important he was. You really don't find him being mentioned in any significant sense by the anarchist theorists that any of us read. I think I've maybe seen 1 or 2 mentions of him in the entirety of all of the theory I've ever read. So he was not nearly as influential as people seem to claim that he was. But he... it seems like when I look at what his theory consisted of, it seemed quite possible that that was the case, like that there was a seed of something that was going to grow into the enemy ideology. He was kind of obsessed with this concept of a national myth, which he thought could be turned to be a good thing, to unite people under anarchism. And then he just gave in to fascism. But what is my opinion on him? I don't think people should read him. I don't think his work was important enough for him to be, included in any sort of anarchist canon. If you're an academic and you're just trying to get a lay of the field and you want to know what kind of things he thought, then it may be worth it. But if you're trying to learn about anarchism, there's just so many better resources than somebody who became a fascist. Who knows asks, my question, what were the major faults of the Occupy movement and how could it have succeeded in its goals? That one is going to be there's a long answer to that would take way too long for me to do here. But I think that one of the things is that Occupy kind of refused to escalate to the next level of struggle, which is to say Occupy was essentially a militant pacifist movement. They also didn't quite understand that their councils needed to do more than just plan protests. They needed to become more integrated into communities in a broader sense. They needed to begin to intervene in a bunch of struggles. They needed to intervene within economic struggles. They needed to intervene within the struggles of white supremacy and colonialism and all kinds of things, which I got to say, they were really just not ideologically prepared for. Ultimately, it was a sort of anarchist movement. It had many anarchist elements, but it was an anarchist movement that unfortunately had very social democratic demands. So, but I think that a lot of this was just kind of an element of the time that it was oriented in. So it's hard to imagine that it could have gone any other way. But looking back in retrospect, I think those are some of the first things that come to mind. William Ham asks, thoughts on Daniel Guerin? It's funny. Numerous people have told me that my work reminds me of Guerin's, but I haven't read enough to really tell you whether that's the case. That probably indicates that I should, though, because if numerous people have said that, then clearly I have some kind of kindred spirit out there. But I haven't read enough to tell you the answer to that question. Muhammad asks, do you think market anarchists are real anarchists? Yeah, I do. I think anarchism, if you just look at the principles, what I think the basic principles that define anarchism are, market anarchists still qualify. I just disagree with their analysis insofar as that the market is in any way a sort of ideal goal for us to approach. I think that at best it might be some kind of intermediary form that we need to occupy out of necessity, but it is certainly not the goal. We shouldn't be aiming for the market of any kind, even if it's a quote unquote freed market as they seem to think of it. So Big Mama asks, have you ever read works by Peter Gelderloos? I recently bought his book, The Solutions Are Already Here, about the climate crisis. I bought it because I really liked one of his Twitter threads. That's interesting. Let me think. I have read parts of Nonviolence Protects the State, or How Nonviolence Protects the State. I think that's actually the subheading, though. Let me see. How Nonviolence Protects the State. No, that's the name of the book. Yeah, I've read parts of that. I haven't read enough of his work. You know, probably people are asking a lot of these questions. These are not theorists that I mentioned, and that's because I haven't read them a whole lot. You know, the theorists that I mention in my work are the ones that I obviously have read the most of. I've read a lot of stuff, but I have to focus my attention on the particular theorists, the particular essays, the particular books which pertain to the topics that I'm writing about. And I guess I'll just say that's kind of part of being a good academic, is that you have to be able to focus your mind upon just those topics, just those places where the questions you're asking are being asked and perhaps answered, or other people are providing you alternative answers to those questions. Because the truth is, you will never be able to read everything that is out there. So, you know, I won't pretend to be an expert on anybody that I'm not. Opinions on AntiSiv or PostSiv. You know, I've provided kind of some of my opinions on both in my video about technology. And, you know, I won't rehash all of that here. I think really that's mostly a criticism of AntiSiv, because AntiSiv tends to have a very large overlap with primitivism. And I disagree with primitivism. I disagree with its entire theoretical principle, which is that technology is responsible for the development of hierarchical power. I just do not think that that's true. I think that technology, that tools, yes, maybe they have some kind of inbuilt, you know, tendency towards either hierarchy or horizontality, but the tool itself is a thing that can be utilized in many ways. I don't think tools are completely neutral, but I do think that most tools are more flexible, more repurposable than they are not. I think that, like Bookchin says, that technology or tools in a general sense are really good or bad based on what kind of social matrix that they are embedded in, you know, whether they are embedded in a horizontal society or they are embedded in a hierarchical society. That will determine whether that technology is put to a good use or not. And I discern this from, of course, a critique of PostSiv. PostSiv is... This is not meant to be offensive at all, but it's kind of all over the place. So like PostSiv often just kind of sounds like anarchist theory, but, you know, by civilization, they just kind of mean what I call the chirarchy or what I call the mega machine in my work. You know, they're just critiquing kind of the same thing that anarchists are, but now they're giving it the name civilization. And so I think that really what it comes down to when you're reading post-civ theory, whether, you know, just as kind of a more general anarchist, whether you're going to agree with it or not, is just like whether you agree with their definition of the word civilization. If you agree, if you can get down with their usage of that word civilization, you're probably going to find that it matches most anarchist theory, that it really introduces very few new elements. And that's not meant to be an insult. It's actually meant to be like, you know, an olive branch in a sense. But yeah, so that's kind of my general opinions on that. Anna says, making content around manufacturing and anarchism is quite hard. Practical topics are often boring. Yeah, that's absolutely true. Also just really not what I am inclined to do. It's probably not going to be, you know, the sort of thing I write about, except for that you may be able to apply some of the principles in a modern anarchism to those sorts of questions, to developing an understanding of how supply chains could be built and structured and maintained. But that's because viable systems theory is already utilized for that exact purpose. So it's instead that maybe you could answer that question for anarchism more generally if you were to take my work, and you could probably apply it in a way that might be useful for understanding how those things would work, especially the next part of this series. Part 4 is going to be a lot about what the basic premises of a successful organization are. So Sam Mason asks, do you have any thoughts and or experiences with the IWW? Yeah, I was like very briefly a member of the IWW twice. So like both times I didn't really have an extremely active presence in the chapter. The first time, the most that happened was that I began kind of taking place in their educational sessions. But that didn't last very long at all. And then the second time was literally just in name. Like I just registered and was really not at all an active participant, but I paid dues for a little while. But yeah, no, I mean, the IWW in concept is a laudable approach. It's a laudable method, but in the modern era, it doesn't seem to be, doesn't have a lot of traction, unfortunately, which is, again, no insult to the IWW. So I'd like to see it be otherwise. That'd be great. Jan Waluki asks, what is the best introductory text for anarchism? I know that you have a reading list on your channel, but I asked this question in case your reading list has changed. Nah, I think that reading list is probably the right place to look. I think those are probably your best introductory texts. I don't think that's really changed in the meantime. I think I thought of something that should have gone on the list the other day, but it's like been one text maybe came to mind. So I wouldn't, that reading list remains what I would recommend to people. So if you want to know like what texts I think you should read on a bunch of different topics, I made a bunch of Anark abridged videos, which are just reading list videos. And those videos did okay. But if that's a topic you're interested in, you should go watch those videos. They even include like really short book synopsises and my kind of impression of each of them. KX says, I'm not sure mutualism has to be either particularly collectivist or individualist. It's like anarchism. It can be either depending on the person, really. But individualism and collectivism are good. So yeah, I'll just take your word for it. I have read Proudhon, but I haven't read enough to feel like I can really weigh in heavily on that. I've read a little bit, of course, like the website C4SS and stuff, but I would just say that I have a passing knowledge of mutualism. Mohammed, you're just asking questions back to back that are all just like questions that are priming me to argue or angrily ramble about something or call somebody out. And that's not what I'm going to do here. I think that, that's really not at all what I want the channel to be about. I don't want my platform to become oriented around those things. I would much rather focus on things that I think are more constructive topics. I don't want to call anybody out. No desire. Don't want to go on an angry rant about somebody who, is or even is not adjacent to our community. Even most of the time, people that I consider pretty villainous. I don't really want to spend my time talking about Joe Biden or something. I don't want to spend my time talking about Putin. I don't want to spend my time talking about, individuals. I don't really think the problems in our society are caused by individuals. I think they're caused by systems and structures. So, yeah. So just catching up here. I thought I was catching up, but I guess I'm really not. So Sam asks, considering the retreat of the left in the US in the last 2 years and a seeming organizational malaise setting in, what do you see the future looking like in the organizational short term in the US? you know, it's always hard to make a prediction about that kind of thing. But I do think that we actually have a lot of organizations out there right now, but I do think that people are getting exhausted. And part of that is that, you know, we've seen numerous like of these smaller kind of waves of radicalization and revolt in the United States, but we haven't seen like a big one in a while. And not since George Floyd. And I think that, you know, the longer that goes between those big waves like that, organizations will sometimes fall apart in the meantime. It's really hard to weather that transition period, especially when a lot of organizations are so based around this sort of like protesting direct action. And when those protests like die down or they become less militant, organizations that were based around them can fall apart. And, but also even organizations that are not based around that, it can be, you know, you get big insurges of people when the big events happen. And so that can be very invigorating, and the organizations will kind of like bloom in that process. And we haven't seen one in a little while. So I think that people are probably feeling kind of exhausted, and they're, you know, but I guess what I would say about that is that they always come back. There's just always another big wave. So if you're in an organization, if you feel like you're at low capacity right now, what I want to say is that try to like hold on. Try to keep focusing on the tasks that are ahead of you. Try to adjust your tasks to fit your capacity. Don't burn yourselves out. And just know that the waves always come back. And it's about trying to survive in the meantime, find things to do. And I think one of those things is to go to the people, right? Stop waiting for protests and go to the people within their circumstances. Go make block committees. Go actually, you know, embed in communities and become part of those communities and spread those ideas. Spread propaganda. Do reading groups. You know, create tenants unions. That's something you can do in any stage. And we're at a time right now where that's a big problem. Like people are having issues with rent. I think that probably a lot of organizing can be done around tenant unions right now. Anna says, somewhat unpopular opinion, but you should read a lot of economics. I would even say that reading texts like Hayek and Friedman are good. It fills in a lot of gaps in understanding capital. Yeah, I don't think you need to spend any time reading Hayek and Friedman. I think that in a general sense, all of their presuppositions just reinforce anarcho-capitalism. They're just ways to justify the wholly deregulated capitalism. That being said, the first part I think is good, you know, read economics, but I think that we actually have had way too much of a fixation on economics for a long time. And I'm glad to say that we're moving out of the economic focus in the modern era. And I think that that's probably going to lead to us having more successful power structures. But we cannot abandon the economic front by any means. In fact, we have to see it as one of many fronts. And the work that people are doing on the economic front is also important. And people who want to research, learn about, and publish work about economics are still doing very valuable work. So yeah, I kind of like agree and disagree a little bit. But let's see here. Okay, so you keep asking, am I vegan? No, I'm not vegan. And my opinion on veganism is that it is a consumer boycott, and it is a unorganized consumer boycott. And that I gave my opinion on boycotts, unorganized consumer boycotts in my video about boycotts. So if you want to know my opinion on veganism, just insofar as the boycott aspect goes, you can just go watch my video on boycotts. It's essentially my opinion. Insofar as the actual like principles of what is being argued in veganism, which is to say the animal liberationist aspect of it, I'm in almost entirely 100% agreement with everything vegans say. Like, to the degree even that I think human supremacy is a problem, and that our subjugation of animals and our conception that they have like no rights and no dignity, and they're just to be treated like a rock or something with the same rights as a rock. I think that's absolutely true. And I even support people who do militant direct action to go, free animals from places where they are in miserable conditions. I think that this is totally a valid approach. In fact, I think this is the actual anarchist approach to the problem of animal liberation, whereas the consumer boycott, I think, is kind of the liberal approach. So I've said that numerous times, but it kind of seems like it's a way for a lot of people to feel like they're doing more than they're actually doing. If you're actually serious about the principles of veganism, I think you should be doing what Animal Liberation Front is doing, not just, not eating meat. The industry doesn't care if you eat meat or not. They're subsidized. And that's, so not eating meat isn't going to change it. Like, I think we've seen that now. Veganism has become very large. There's actually a lot of vegans and vegetarians these days. And yet the meat industry is not suffering for that. The companies are just also producing alternatives at the same time. The boycott is not enough. So that's kind of the broad strokes, in my opinion. And every time I state my opinion, people get angry, but nobody produces a counter argument to change my mind. So I don't expect I will be changing my mind. Don't just get angry at me in the comments if you don't agree with what I said. Actually produce something that is a substantive counter argument to what I just said, please. Mohammed asks, do you think the economics of Marx holds up today, or is there issues with the theory regarding how we calculate our labor hours and productivity? Do we have a similarly mathematically rigorous theory in CASP? Yeah. I don't consider myself an expert of economics. So I'm not going to pretend to say that Marx's, labor theory can be completely thrown out the window. But what I do think is that Bickler and Nitzan make a very convincing case as to some of the logical inconsistencies within Marx, some of the problems at the basis of Marx's economic theory. And they are problems which appear to be manifest in its ability to make predictions. And its comparison with a conception where capital is actually just understood as power. It is the accumulated ability to command and reconstruct the economy and to get people to act as you please. It is power over. Capital is power over. And I think that actually produces something more rigorous, something more predictive. Capital's power is more predictively, or it has better predictions. It makes better predictions than competing theories. And I think that should be noted. Rayan asks, where do you see revolutionary change arising in the US? Didn't expect to find this. Really excited to be here. Well, I'm glad you're excited to be here. Where do I see revolutionary change arising in the US? I mean, in most conditions, you'll find that revolutionary change begins within the people who are most oppressed within those conditions. So this is not to say that, of course, it may not arise within the white population, but it's probably not going to arise within the white population. It's probably going to arise within black populations, immigrant populations. I suppose I shouldn't act as if, white people won't be present at all in the thing, but, also trans populations, which I know there's a lot of white trans people, but the point I'm getting across is that the people that are on the underside of the system, that are being stomped on, the people that are being the most subjugated, are the ones you should generally expect to see rise up most militantly. And I think we've seen that in the fact that, the George Floyd protests were so explosive and they were so militant and they were very transformative. They were even transformative of global politics. So I think that that's a very good indication that we should expect to see those same kinds of populations be the ones that, spark militant action in the future. And I want to clarify once again that, of course, that's not to say that, white people don't have a role in all of this. As we've seen, there are militant, tactics being carried out by white coalitions as well. But if we're talking about, a revolt that might actually overturn the state of things in the United States, for example, it's more likely to be from the people that are the most subjugated by the system. So then it is contingent upon all of us to cooperate to help the people that are being most marginalized by the system to get out from under this system, to produce power structures which empower them and create bonds of solidarity that allow us all to cooperate together to create something that can actually be revolutionary. So that's kind of a short, that's the short answer to the question. I could go into much more detail on that, but I'm just going to move on to the next question. Lily asks, have you considered engaging more with the bread tube sphere of YouTube creators? Pretty much my approach this whole time has been that I'm not going to engage with anyone. I'm going to respond to people's requests. So if people want to do collaborations, I will do collaborations. If they want me on their show, then they can invite me on their show and I'll probably go. If they want me on their stream, I might go on their stream, and so on and so on. But I am not seeking out I'm not seeking out those creators to do collaborations or for them to platform me. It's just not the approach I want to have. I also don't want to see people as tools. I don't want to see them and their platform as something that I'm trying to utilize for my own gain. If they want to give me their platform and they think that my work deserves that, then I expect that they are going to reach out and offer their platform to me. But I don't want to be trying to find some way to use their platform for my use. So, and I also don't want to get into content where I'm reacting to other YouTubers all the time. It's not to say that I wouldn't respond. For example, if somebody did a criticism of my work, I might respond to their criticism. That seems like something I would totally be willing to do, but I don't think I'm really going to be going out of my way to purposely try to react to those other creators or to seek out their platforms and so on. That's just my personal feeling on the matter. Mohammed says, I like Anark responds. I love engagement with the people. Well, I'm glad to hear that. Yeah. I mean, I try to be responsive to my audience. And then Emily says, I like abridged better, unless any good responses pop up, I guess. Let's see here. Margot says, can you sell me on why I should read theory? What does theory mean in the political context? Is theory, in a sense, pretty intuitive and common sense? I feel anarchism is common sense, to be honest. I got to be honest, reading theory probably is worth everyone's time. I was a person who sort of operated from this intuitive understanding of anarchism for many years, and it was somewhat I would say it was valuable in approaching and understanding power relations around me and giving me an orientation around direct action. But theory really radicalized me. Theory, reading specifically, I think one of the first big ones that really radicalized me was Rudolf Rocker's Nationalism and Culture, which I highly recommend to anyone. But it's pretty dense. But nonetheless, it was highly radicalizing to me, to the degree I've said before that I don't think I'll ever not be an anarchist after reading that and subsequently reading a lot more theory. And part of the reason is because, that intuitive aspect can only take you so far. It's very important to kind of have a more rigorous understanding of the world. The more rigorous, the better, I would say, just to be able to classify and understand what it is that you're facing, to be able to discern useful action from action which might sabotage you or be self-sabotaging. I just want to say that I think theory is what is really going to help in being able to discern the difference between those, as well as especially when theory gets mixed with history, like nationalism and culture, where you can see the ups and downs. You can see when people have tried things and you can say, oh, wow, that actually kind of seems familiar to my circumstances. Or, there's this sentence or this paragraph that almost seems like that theorist was speaking to me about my conditions, my problems. And when those things happen, I think that it is informative and it solidifies your understanding of the world in a way that it may not if you just go through the world acting in a more intuitive sense, if you kind of are just coming up against things and reacting to them. I think that what that will tend to do is create a reactive sort of method where, you're not... I think that theory, what I'm saying, summarizing, is that theory helps you think long term. It helps you create strategy rather than just tactics. I think that intuitive sense is good for tactics, but strategy is better informed by theory. So I guess it's an okay answer, hopefully. Okay, so I guess now I'm finally catching up to the part where I was talking about Anark responds and Anark's abridged, because everybody's answering, like telling me like whether they like if responds or abridged better and like all that. Yeah, this person likes. Okay, so some people like that Anark responds is more than 30 minutes. I mean, I'll tell you that limiting it to 30 minutes was a conscious decision, because I have so much content on this channel that's so long. And it was an attempt for me to try to do something that I thought was more accessible. So, that's my intention with Anark Abridged. It's supposed to be quote unquote abridged, which for me, abridged means 20 to 30 minutes. And I guess that tells you everything, doesn't it? So, Ryan, any particular reason for the name Anark? It's short, and it is a shortened form of anarchism. That's literally it. It's very memorable. Think about how easy it is to say A-N-A-R-K. You can tell somebody my YouTube channel that easy. Oh, I listen to Anark. How do you spell that? A-N-A-R-K. Boom. So easy to remember. Sticks in your mind. Yeah. That's really just it. I just thought it was a good name for the channel for that reason. Oh my God, these are comments from things I said so long ago. I've got to, okay. I'm going to just get moving through these. May says Twitter is bad. I think we agree. Neo-anarchist says, I think the union of egoists by Stirner is quite different from communism. The latter has communal structures that guide relations. In the former, relations are spontaneous and never predetermined. Yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of open to conversation. Like, I think I agree with you, but I definitely have some thoughts, some questions about that. If it were determined that having those bigger structures were in the interests of the unique in its own, couldn't they argue for communism then? Couldn't egoism just justify communism? Couldn't it justify those larger structures if it could be found that they were in the interests of the unique? Seems like that would still be a union of egoists. So I don't know, maybe you're right. Okay. Is Spider-Punk a good representation of an anarchist media? I don't know. I haven't seen the movie yet, which I probably should. I've heard it's good. I liked the first one. I thought it was pretty good. But I haven't seen it, so don't know. Azazin says, most anarchist literature on the state is kind of old-fashioned. One of the very few good analyses of the state post-World War II was written by Nikos Poulantzas from a more Marxist perspective in the 1970s. I don't know. I mean, I haven't read that, but I'll just say that I think that their theory of the state held up. I don't think that it really aged in that sense. I think the state has changed some of its particulars, but I don't think that it's changed too much from the descriptions you'll find in any of the old anarchist texts. If anything, I think that I was informed about the state from reading in those anarchist texts. I think it helped me understand what the state actually was quite a bit better. So, yeah, that's another one where it's kind of like, yeah, I mean, maybe you're right, but maybe you're not. I don't know. Kind of seemed like I agree and disagree a little there. As Cynthia says, I want to see more debates with statists. Just want to see their arguments crumble. Yeah, I mean, the thing is that when I got into this, I kind of made a conscious decision not to be a debate streamer. It's not to say that I'll never do debates, but I don't want to get caught up in just doing a bunch of debates. And I've said this before on the channel, so I won't repeat it. but I would be willing to do one if I felt like it was the right conditions, that I respected the person, that I thought that they were going to engage in a good faith manner, that I didn't think that they were going to be deceptive or use logical fallacies or be, I think you understand what I'm saying. I'd do it if it were the right person, but I'm not going to just kind of go do debates for the sake of doing debates. Rinzai says, I found myself concealing the fact that I'm an anarchist around other leftists who consider anarchism to be deeply unserious, but plagiarizing your content and conversation has been helpful. I mean, I don't really care if as far as I'm concerned, you don't have to call yourself an anarchist. If my theory has been helpful and is informative to people, then however that works, if that works, that's good. The principles themselves, if people can accept the principles without the label anarchism, then let them. But I will say that at a certain point, when you've essentially got them, when you've taken them all the way there, you might as well just tell them, it's like, hey, so you're an anarchist. Like everything that I've been telling you is anarchist theory. Like that'd probably be very radicalizing for them. I'd wait if they're that, vehemently against anarchism. You might want to just keep producing the arguments without calling it anarchism. Call it libertarian socialism. Gilgamesh says, hey, could you clarify what you mean by rhetoric? In one of your earlier videos, you encourage us to develop a better rhetoric. But to me, rhetoric means convincing whether or not the argument is true. No, rhetoric is the way you form an argument. So good rhetoric is a well-formed argument. Good rhetoric is generally persuasive, but like, and I guess it's true to say that you could make rhetoric that is so good that it's deceptive, but even if you're trying to tell the truth, you should be trying to develop good rhetoric, because that just means you have well-structured arguments and they're delivered in a way where people understand them well. Rhetoric is kind of just like one of the bases of being able to argue or persuade. So if you have bad rhetoric, even if you're right, people are probably just going to reject what you're saying. Rhetoric is just good form, and people respond well to good form. And so it's important for us to develop good rhetoric, even knowing the fact that what we're saying is true. Somebody up above also responded to my use of the word propaganda. By the word propaganda, I just mean ideas that are well suited to propagate themselves, which is actually what the meaning of propaganda was until the modern era. It's just packaging ideas in such a way where they propagate well. A propaganda is that, not all ideas are going to propagate well. I wouldn't call, for example, a modern anarchism parts 1, 2, and 3. I wouldn't call them propaganda because they're really not, they're not packaged very well to propagate themselves, to be honest. But like you see people producing little posters and sayings and wheat pasting flyers up and stuff. A lot of that could be considered propaganda because it's kind of like quick and quippy and sticks in your mind and it gets you to kind of think about a topic. But it's good at propagating. It's kind of mimetic, you might say. Propaganda, maybe that's a good way to think of it. Propaganda is kind of ideas that are built to be kind of mimetic. Oh, we're wow. This is way back when I was talking about Sorrel. William Ham asks, is direct democracy inherently anti-anarchist? I've heard conflicting thoughts from different communities. Reddit anarchist communities oppose it. Libcom has several texts supporting it. It's just one of these many things in political theory where it's just so down to the meaning of the word. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by direct democracy? The people who support it generally just have a different definition of it than the people who oppose it. I think what you'll find is the Reddit anarchist community is like a very individualist anarchist community. They're kind of steeped in the anarchism of like the 90s and early 2000s. You know, they're not, I would say they're not quite as up to date. They're not quite as modern. They're not, they're kind of like staking out old claims in debates that have moved on. And so that's part of the reason I don't post on Reddit, is that I think that I hope that this is not like deeply insulting, but I think the anarchist community on Reddit is kind of underdeveloped. I think that they're kind of stuck in the past a little bit, and they sound like the anarchists of the 90s and early 2000s rather than anarchism as it has come to move into the modern day, which is more of a tendency towards social anarchism, more of a tendency towards methods and structures for cooperation rather than this sort of opposition, this anti-organizationalism, this sort of structurelessness with just a faith that it'll all work out, you know, obsession with the infinity group as the base atom of everything. I think that stuff's all really outdated. And so this whole conversation about direct democracy kind of accords to that. The people who are supporting direct democracy are usually supporting it from the position that it is a phrase that the vast majority of people know what it means. And it doesn't mean what the anti-direct democracy people are saying. Most people don't think of direct democracy as being like a state structure imposing referendums from above. Direct democracy to people just means voting on the measures directly, measures being proposed by the people and voted on directly by the people. It includes voting, yes, and it may or may not be majoritarian. And that's kind of another thing. They just assume that because it includes the word democracy that it's majoritarian. But no, I mean, like, most anarchists are not supporting a purely majoritarian direct democracy. And most people, normal people that you talk to, wouldn't necessarily think it had to function that way either. If you were to tell them, okay, imagine we just set the threshold higher where 90% have to agree. They wouldn't be like, well, that's not direct democracy. Or if we said everybody has to agree, they wouldn't go, that's not direct democracy. They'd just be like, well, how would you settle disputes? You know, they'd get into practical things. So like, it's just like, it's just a useful way of framing things for people. And it makes it easier for them to understand. I would say, of course, there are some dangers in this word democracy. They might have some mistaken, you know, connections. It's possible. And that's something, of course, we would need to disabuse them of some of those statist connections they might have. But I just disagree. I think that there's kind of this like purism, this terminological purism that sometimes happens in anarchist spaces where they are like allergic to saying things in a way that's easy for people. And direct democracy is an easier way of explaining how anarchists would prefer to make decisions in a societal sense. You can add details as you describe it. That's not it. That's not the whole story. You don't have to stop at the phrase direct democracy. Just keep on going. Tell them more details. Anyway. Waluigi asks, how will we overcome patriarchy when everyone reads Berkman and nobody reads Burke Woman? Wow. That's profound. That's such a good question. I mean, yeah, more of us should read Burke Woman. So Rayan says, I think direct democracy in the sense of voting is just a bad idea. It's confrontational and coercive. Consensus is a much better form if that's what you're looking for. This one is not quite what I was saying earlier, but I just want to say that insofar as by voting, we mean like doing a show of hands or getting people to say yes or no, whether they agree, I've actually found that it is useful for it to be legible to everyone there. And in fact, sometimes when everybody there doesn't know, like whether everyone would say yes or no in the process, it leads to them steamrolling people who just don't want to jump into the conversation and say, I disagree. But if when it comes down to a vote and they say no, it's an easy way for them to breach the conversation. It's almost like kind of a procedural safeguard for people who may feel nervous about intervening in the middle of a conversation. Even when there's a consensus process that says that it's open to them disagreeing, sometimes things can be kind of contentious, or everybody already agrees on the topic and they don't want to butt in. But if we have to ask for votes, it's an easier way for them to butt in. And sometimes I found that it actually helps us address unaddressed concerns when we do voting, when we actually have everybody say yes or no. Like, do you agree or not? So that's kind of a little bit of an aside, but I just wanted to note that. Even if you do unanimous voting, I still personally am in support of voting. I don't think that means that there's no, voting, just because you vote at some stage of the process doesn't mean that there's not a robust process of you all discussing it together and addressing friendly amendments and so on. If you find that a vote doesn't come up the way, to full consensus, you can still stop and continue discussing and then call another vote. Your votes don't have to be binding. They could just be temperature checks if you like. So I think this is another one of those where what people mean by voting is probably going to determine a lot about what they think about that concept. But I just want to say that insofar as we're talking about that process of making it legible, where everybody says yes or no, I think that's actually a good thing. And might I add, I think it's actually good for people with social disabilities that make it hard for them to engage in social situations, where they may feel nervous to butt in. So that's my opinion on it. Lily says, I really want you to make a video on Occupy and your experience in it. That is a totally reasonable request. I may end up doing an Anark Abridged about that. That's totally possible. There is so much I could say about my experience in Occupy. I don't think I'd want to try to fit it into 20 or 30 minutes. There's a lot. So many details, so many little things, so many thoughts I've had over the years about it, good and bad, both criticisms and things where I look back and recognize that we were doing something really important. So yeah, no, I think that's something you could definitely expect to see in the future of this channel. Yeah, KX says, voting is kind of needed at large scale, I think, where things need to be recorded because the importance of decisions is heightened. Formality is useful. Yeah, this is another way of thinking of it. And I also agree with this. I think that the bigger scale it gets, the more you'd want to make sure that you have a formal recording of the decision that was made and, each of those temperature checks, as you were going through the process, testing to make sure that when you had that consensus, being our numbers at this point looked like 70%, our numbers, an hour later were 75 and so on. I think that could be very useful, especially as a system becomes national or, continental or even global, to be able to look back and say, hey, these were the numbers. The people said 99% yes, or people said 100% yes. That's valuable to have. And that information, I would actually prefer that it weren't kind of jettisoned, but I don't know. I'm kind of that sort of person. I'm a very analytical sort. Did I ever encounter, Ryan asks, ever encounter Tim Pool in your time with Occupy? No, because I was not in Occupy Wall Street. I was with Occupy Tulsa. And I think Tim Pool was up in New York City. But I do think I saw his streams back then. I do think that we watched his streams of the Occupy Wall Street stuff. So I think I did watch that, but that's my only memory of it. For context, for anybody that doesn't know, Tim Pool got his start in Occupy as being sympathetic with Occupy and being one of the people that was filming stuff all the time. And more context, that was considered good in Occupy. Okay, filming stuff was considered good. We were all trying to film everything in Occupy. Okay, so Tim Pool was actually seen as an ally back in Occupy. And he was one of the main live streamers back then, believe it or not. I don't know how many of you are familiar with that fact, but yeah, the Tim Pool now, this weird reactionary fascist, was once very sympathetic to Occupy Wall Street. NoAnarchist asks, has Chomsky been a good representative of anarchism given the oft-used title of the greatest intellectual in America or something like that? I think Chomsky has been valuable in that, kind of similar to what you said there, that a lot of people who may not have considered anarchism otherwise, Chomsky's sort of presence, his intellectual prowess, makes them reconsider it. They look at Chomsky and they say, oh, wow, anarchism must be able to be taken at least somewhat seriously if somebody of this caliber can be calling themselves an anarchist, you know? And his analysis is often very astute. So, you know, you watch those interviews and it can be kind of a confidence building exercise for anarchism. But I think, as probably most people here are familiar, Chomsky's definition of, anarchism being the opposition to unjustified hierarchies has been kind of disastrous. It has definitely not led to having a good understanding of how anarchism functions, what anarchism is. I think that is probably one of the bigger damages that he's done. But overall, he's probably made more anarchists, and that's good. I think that's a good thing. I think Chomsky's probably been a net good, even with the stipulation I gave there, as well as some of his sketchy opinions on things. Oh yeah, people are doing the work for me here of reminding people to like the video. Yes, like the video. I think that actually does help with the stream while it's going. I think that if you like the video, it might actually push it a little harder. Also, just later, you know, if it has high likes, then that probably pushes it in the algorithm at least a little bit. So yeah, like the video and share it around if you want people to come watch. I'll probably be here for at least a little while longer. I'm not feeling tired yet. Okay. Let's get back in the center of the screen here. Yeah, back in the center of the screen. There we go. Brian asks, oh, right when I said that, it is gone. Oh my God, I'm so far behind. I probably need to jump forward a little bit here. Oh my God. Wow. I'm so far behind. Oh, I'm getting so far behind. I probably just need to jump forward. This person asks, do you think technology is headed to autonomy? If we have some, okay, and there's Brian right above it. If we have some kind of replicators, anarchism wins automatically. No, I don't think it's that simple. It's like I said earlier, technology is probably going to be good or bad depending on how it is embedded in a social matrix. If it's embedded in a hierarchical society, replicators might just be used to mass produce, subjugation drones. Yes. Any plans on talking about capitalism as making things better, mainly referring to Steven Pinker's work and the like? I kind of do. If you're asking where I might have already talked about that, you might want to watch the video Hope, which also doubles as a critique of optimism. It's both a critique of optimism and pessimism. In fact, that video was the only video that, when it was copyright claimed, the people that copyright claimed it took down the video. They blocked the video. And it was because it had a little bit of footage of Steven Pinker in it. And TED Talks claimed the video and got it taken down. I just want to note that. Okay. That's all. I just wanted to note that. It's a petty. Peter asks, or says, hey, Anark, love your videos. A question I've had for a while is how anarchist ideals might be encouraged from someone already holding office with anarchist sympathies. Is it even possible or desirable? I mean, I guess it's desirable in that it's better that they were to hold those sympathies than to not hold them. But I don't think that they're probably going to be able to do a whole lot that is very anarchist. in that process. I mean, the best maybe they could do is pass laws that are beneficial to anarchists, to prefiguration and things like that. You know, if they were to pass something like the Marcora Act, but here in the United States, that'd probably be valuable. That'd probably be helpful for us. But yeah, I mean, I guess that's kind of the answer. I need to start moving through these faster. Do I have any experience organizing in rural contexts? Not really. It's something we've been thinking about doing, however. Sam says, Daniel, answer my earlier question. It's gone now. No idea what happened to it. Literally, I don't think I saw it. Have you considered making response videos critiquing other videos on YouTube, such as answered that earlier? No, not unless they are the ones that start it. Can you explain why I should read theory? Yeah, I think I kind of answered that one earlier. What YouTubers do I watch? Yeah, I mean, I watch a bunch of different channels. Earlier, I was just watching Sean's new video, which Sean is great. SHUN. His channel has honestly been one of the better video essayist channels. I also watch FD Signifier. I watch Andrewism. I watch Thought Slime. And then I watch a bunch of other channels that have nothing to do with politics. I mean, you know, I also watch... Oh, I might be getting some lag here. Let me X something off real quick. Okay, hopefully that will help. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So, and then I just watch like a bunch of other channels of all different sorts. You know, I'm just the sort of person where I always like to learn all kinds of different things. Like I'll watch like blacksmith YouTubers and people who like do reviews of like medieval weapons and armory. Like I watch a guy, Alex Steele. I watch Skolagrim. I watch Schola Gladiatoria. I watch this guy who does like primitive techniques. It's like Will something. Gosh, but yeah, I just watch all kinds of different channels, really. Those are some of the ones that immediately come to mind, though. Okay, let's keep moving. What is my opinion on platformism? I am an specificist, so I basically am platformism, but a little more developed. So I am pro-platformism, but I think that it's better if we move a little bit further into what's called especificismo. Is it just me or does everything feel hopeless? The average person will never even consider radical politics. After all, you need a majority of the populace to change anything. Nothing is ever actually hopeless, but I think we do need to be doing better work talking to the average person. I disagree that they'll never consider radical politics. I think that what you're finding is people are radicalizing more and more all the time, but we do need to be doing work, communicating with the average person. We need to be going to the people and making more radicals and spreading radicalism to contexts where it was not previously. You should watch my video Hope, however. Let's see here. Meineke says, is abstaining from animal exploitation not an important part of prefiguration? How can we expect to create a world without animal exploitation if we as individuals continue to do it? We as individuals, by, you know, consuming animal products, aren't doing it. That would be like saying that when you buy a shirt and that shirt was created in sweatshops, that you are running a sweatshop. You're not. The system is the one doing the production. You are not morally culpable for what the system is doing. Unless it's possible that you could withhold it in a sense and actually change it. But I just want to emphasize that that's not the case here. And again, you can watch my video on boycotts to get a little more on that. That being said, yes, if you were to hurt animals in your life, if you yourself were to be exploiting animals, if you're running a factory farm, absolutely that is anti-prefiguration. and living a life, creating the structures where animal exploitation is not the norm, is prefiguration, not your consumption habits. In the same way that not buying a shirt from a sweatshop is not, stopping sweatshops. Not how it works. What do you think about the Stop Cops? Or Isaac asks, what do you think about the Stop Cop City movement? I'm a fan of their pluralistic approach that allows radicals and less radical folks to work and play together. It's amazing. Stop Cop City is right now the most notable radical struggle that is taking place in the United States, in my opinion. And it is incredible. I'm very inspired by the work of the radicals there in Atlanta and of networks of anarchists and other sorts of radicals who are working together to stop the construction of Cop City there in the Weelaunee Forest. So I think it is very inspiring, and everybody should be paying attention to what's taking place right now with the Stop Cop City movement in Atlanta. I said, I think once on a previous video, or maybe it was a live stream or whatever, but I think it's one of the most important things is taking place right now. Everybody's eyes should be on Atlanta. Everybody's eyes should be on Stop Cop City. We should be producing, information and constantly spreading the word about what is taking place there. It is absolutely imperative that we succeed in that task. What's my perspective on lab-grown meat? That it would be wonderful if that's what we transitioned to, because it would reduce animal suffering. And if the time came where there was lab-grown meat, I think that it's actually possible that it could replace, traditionally grown or traditionally produced meat. In which case, yeah, we pretty much would all have an ethical imperative to begin eating lab-grown meat instead. Wild Pomegranate asks, what are your thoughts on the Center for a Stateless Society and former mutualists such as Kevin Carson? Let's see here. I don't have a developed enough opinion there. I think I kind of gave a little bit of a guidance on the way I felt about that earlier. Let's see here. L said, I remember you said in an interview that you don't believe in free will. What is your definition of free will, and what would a human with free will look like, and how would it be different? So by free will, I mean the ability to choose otherwise than the cause and effect, the chain of cause and effect would dictate. The ability to choose otherwise than your biology and your brain and all of the conditions that led to its existence would suggest that you would act. And that's down to the way that neurons fire and the way that the brain is constructed and everything that has ever happened to it and formed its circumstances and context. I think that what we do is always the sum total of all of those pieces, and that we can never choose otherwise than that chain of cause and effect. But that's the thing. Like, that's kind of just an outdated concept to begin with. It's kind of based in an old concept, a supernatural concept that we were like, bodies being piloted by souls and so on. I don't believe in a soul. I don't believe in anything supernatural. So I believe that the whole universe is comprised of cause and effect, and therefore there is no room for free will. There is room for will, but it originates from causes and effects within the world and within the person. So, I could talk about that more, but I'm trying to catch up here. We by Yevgeny Zamyatin or The Iron Heel by Jack London. Which should I read first? I have not read The Iron Heel, even though a friend of mine here in chat, Sam, loves that book, absolutely recommends it all the time. I have read We by Yevgeny Zamyatin, and it was good, but from what I've heard about Iron Heel, it sounds like it's probably a better book. So you should read The Iron Heel. Okay, I'm going to have to skip over some of these questions. I'm sorry. Lucas Nanos says, are you on the revolutionary and militant side of anarchism, or do you believe that society can reach communism or anarchy in a peaceful way? The former. I think that like our methods might be considered quote unquote peaceful in a sense, but I don't believe in pacifism. I believe in self-defense. I believe we have to build something that is a threat to the power structure. And when you build something that is a threat to the power structure, you should expect that it will try to destroy you. And when your enemy tries to destroy you, you do not just roll over and put your palms up. You defend yourself. Mr. Oscar Cruz says, I'm glad for the 18K achievement. Grats. Thank you. I saw people have been like donating. I'm still not even catching up to the donations. What am I doing? Oh, let's see here. Do I plan to read Zoe Baker's new book? Absolutely. Yes. In fact, I was wanting to read it when I was writing part 1 of A Modern Anarchism, but now it's released and I haven't got around to, or do I plan on reading it? Yeah, I will. Absolutely. Okay, I'm skipping over lots of stuff here. Radical, okay, I'll read one because it's been so long I'm scrolling. Radical Pasta says, just found your channel. Glad I found it. A lot of YouTubers talking about leftist theory are Marxist-Leninist, which I disagree with, and I'm glad to see more anarchists on here. Well, thank you. I'm glad to hear that. You know, if you want this channel to get more of a, you know, a catch, then I would say you spread it around, please. You know, share it on social media, show it to other people, recommend the channel to people, including people who you might know who are Marxist-Leninists, because the channel actually has several videos that I hope would be persuasive to them, like the state is counter-revolutionary. Let's see here. Margot says, can you describe the term socialism in relation to anarchism, or in other words, define both terms? Yeah, I'm going to do that real quick. The way I use the word socialism is worker ownership and control over the means of production, which is to say a society wherein the workers control the workplaces and more broadly the economy. And that can be scaled up to where communities control the economy. But I think that socialism is a politics of radical or militant labor organization. And anarchism is just down with that. Anarchism is pretty much always explicitly socialist for that reason. Even a lot of mutualists in that sense would be socialist because they support cooperatives where the workers own the means of production. So that's the way I use the word socialism. I think that's it's a pretty broad umbrella, but it applies to a lot of circumstances in theory. Anarchism is the opposition to hierarchical power structures. And private property or capitalist ownership is a hierarchical power structure. So anarchists then naturally tend towards socialism. Let's go here. Okay, here, this one, I think I answered it already. Okay, people talking about democracy and voting. I'm still not caught up. Who knows says, not sure if you saw this before, but how would you defend the actions of rioters in 2020, more specifically in Portland, that they destroyed cities and ruined small businesses? I mean, I guess it depends on who you're defending it to. If you're defending that to the average person, I would probably just emphasize they didn't. You know, they didn't destroy cities. Maybe some small businesses suffered, but I'd probably emphasize that no cities were destroyed, and small businesses were not the target of the riots. The riots were mostly going to be targeting, you know, big chain stores and stuff, right? We got like tons of footage of them, like, you know, going and looting a Target. We don't have tons of footage of them going and looting mom and pop's, you know, auto parts store. You know, that's it's kind of just a falsehood. I would emphasize probably that it's not true. But you're going to need to have a conversation about, I guess, that riots are the language of the oppressed, of the unheard. They're a way of inflicting damage on the social structure so that power structures listen, so that they actually have to suffer a little and recognize there will be consequences for their actions. But that's a hard conversation to have with a lot of people. But I have found that the average person can understand a protest is a veiled threat, and the riot is the escalation to what was being threatened, right? The riot is like, cool, this is what we were threatening, and here it is. You didn't do what we asked, so now we're going to demonstrate to you what kind of power we've got. It's a way of demonstrating leverage, of showing what the crowd can do. So let's go here. So Neon Spandex, if I'm a right-winger under your anarchist system, am I allowed to create my own theocratic patriarchal community ruling over my willing subjects, or no? No. That would be the creation of hierarchical power structures. And the predicate of an anarchist society would be the elimination of hierarchical power structures to the maximal degree possible. You would be treated pretty well like a slaver would be treated in modern day, which is to say you're a threat to others, and it is a defense of society to abolish your theocratic patriarchy. Now, if it's all informal, that's a little bit harder. I think that can't be combated in precisely the same way as the structural version can be combated, but it would probably have to be combated in a militant sense. I imagine there would probably be a lot of people that would be countervailing that community in very important ways, making it difficult for it to exist, probably trying to cut it off from resources, subjecting them to social sanctions, all kinds of things. So the answer, long and short, is no, absolutely not. Just like we wouldn't allow there to be a slaver community in an anarchist society. So they're literally antithetical to anarchism. Okay, so let's see here. Oh no, it says here it cut out. I guess the audio cut out for a second, or I hope not. I just checked the mic and it says it's working. Okay, here's it here. Donald B says, is there any way to call in? No, not at the moment. I think if I did streaming a little more regularly, maybe I would allow that. I would find out some way to get people on a Discord and be able to talk with them and stuff like that. But no, there's no way to call in that sense. But thank you for the $2. I appreciate y'all actually donating in the chat. Also, just don't forget, if you want to change the color of the lights, you donators, just tell me and we'll change the color of the lights. I can change them like pinks and greens and purples and blues and all kinds of stuff. You just tell me and I'll try my best. Yeah, this person's clarifying, oh, my bad. I just said that people won't need voting at any particular instance in my own frameworks for organizations. That's just my perspective. I'd explain further, but I actually have to go. Oh, okay. Well, wasn't trying to attack you. I hope, it wasn't taken that way. Let's see here. Have I seen the movie How to Blow Up a Pipeline? I have not. I think I've heard mostly good things. I haven't seen it yet. Benjamin Allison says, just rejoined from when you just started. Just wanted to say huge thank you for all your work. Thanks to the status counter-revolutionary, I am no longer a statist. Dang! Okay, well, that video series is putting in work. That's actually a kind of surprisingly common thing that I hear. And that's really encouraging, to be honest. That series is very challenging to make, and remains pretty much my only major work that focuses around history. And I'm glad that it has had that kind of enduring effect. Let's see. Let's key. I'm almost caught up. Let's see. Oh, Canvas. Hey there, Canvas here. There we go. See, that's what I like to see. This is mutual aid. This is reciprocity. Okay, because I show up in the Canvas chat sometimes. The least homie could do, show up in my chat. Thank you for showing up, the Canvas. Because that's what I'm going to call you, the Canvas. Everybody should go watch his channel. It's great. The Canvas is an art channel, and on that channel he like does analysis of art, both from like kind of like a theoretical general perspective about like the theory of art, but also kind of like looking at historical examples and analyzing specific pieces and stuff like that. So there's like a lot of really good work on there. And then, you know, also the Canvas is an anarchist. So there's, you know, anarchist political messaging that is present in a lot of the video, and some of the videos even are explicitly about anarchism. So if you enjoy my channel, you're going to enjoy the Canvas, especially if you like art. So, you know, go over there and watch that. His video essays are awesome. And he's also got a second channel called Germinal, which is more explicitly just anarchist stuff. So go follow Germinal and go follow the Canvas. John Doe asks, thoughts on ML channels like Hakim and Second Thought? I mean, I think you could probably, like, suffices to say all the criticisms I've made of Marxist-Leninism, that I'm not a big fan. A lot of people who watch my channel, I know they watch Hakim and Second Thought. I've looked at my metrics, but I just got to say, I'm not a big fan of authoritarian leftism. I consider authoritarian leftism, statism, to be a counter-revolutionary approach. I think that it is highly damaging, and that it essentially takes a bunch of well-meaning people who are very militant, very revolutionary, who are tired of this world being like it is, and it unfortunately distracts them from actual revolutionary praxis that would make a difference, that would actually change the world, would actually prefigure something that could threaten the power structure. Instead, they just kind of create a copy of the old power structure painted red. And that's really unfortunate. It's essentially militant social democracy. That's really all it amounts to. You know, maybe they're perfectly nice people. I don't know, but I would never recommend anybody watch those channels. Radical Pasta says, true anarchism is of course socialist. Anarcho-capitalism is not anarchism, it's feudalism with extra steps. Absolutely agreed. Let's see here. Ryan asks, what sources do you like to use and recommend for news and analysis? The hard part is that I pretty much use Twitter, which is kind of one of the tragedies of Twitter falling apart, is that it was a news aggregator for a lot of people. And I don't know how much longer it's going to last, but the answer to the question is I use Twitter. Twitter is a really fantastic news aggregator. And I don't really go to any of those other sources firsthand. I do use YouTube sometimes, but honestly, most of those YouTube channels that I follow that have any news on them are like SOCDEM channels. You know, I should say, you know, I mentioned a bunch of YouTube channels I follow and watch earlier, but I still watch channels that I don't even agree with their political perspectives anymore, but, you know, they're like at least giving me news about electoral politics. Like I still watch Kyle Kulinski. I watch Novara Media sometimes. Yeah, you know, like that kind of stuff. But the sad truth is that Twitter is one of the best news aggregators you'll find. It's kind of falling apart because Elon Musk is a fail son. He's a Dunning-Kruger poster child. Margot says, y'all, this beer I'm sipping is fire. I'm so glad to hear that. So glad to hear that. Oh, am I almost caught up? Oh. Brian asks, have you considered becoming a streamer? When I first started doing this, I considered becoming a streamer, but I opted to be a video essayist instead, because I think that I can make a more important impact as a video essayist. I think that if I were a live streamer, I'd probably reach a bigger audience, but I would make a shallower impact on that audience. I think I'm very pleased that I chose to be a video essayist instead, but I would be happy to continue doing live streams. In fact, if you want to see me do more regular live streams, not just at these, channel goals, like a subscriber goals, go become a patron. Because if my Patreon can support me like full time and I can just focus on the channel and not have to worry about buying groceries and paying my bills and gas and all of that, then I can focus more of my mental effort on doing the channel while not sacrificing any of the things that I already do. So if you want to see me do more live streams, go become a patron at my Patreon, which is patreon.com/Anark, ANARK. You can find it in the description to any of the videos, but you can just type it up into the bar if you like. Go become a patron. It all adds up. You're all cumulatively creating the income stream that I get for this channel. You're all together in little chunks creating my ability, allowing me to focus on the channel. And it does make a difference. All those channels, they say it makes a difference. They're not lying to you. It does make a difference. It's an enormous weight off your shoulders to just be able to focus all your attention on the channel. The channel is actually something you can pour all of your time into instead of your mind being pulled in all kinds of different directions. And it's Patreon, not YouTube ads, that allows creators to do that focusing. So anyway, pitch is over for now. How did you get into politics? Was there any event in your life in particular? Yes. I'm going to be very brief because I've answered this question before, but the brief answer is the Iraq War was very radicalizing for me. But then what really radicalized me is the 2008 financial crisis. And that's why my first truly political engagement was Occupy Wall Street, or not Occupy Wall Street, Occupy Tulsa, but the Occupy movement. So that's the short answer to that question. Rayan says, what do you think of people who say that Graeber and Wengrow in Dawn of Everything are too focused on the ideas side and avoid materialism, and that harms their work? I've not read all of Dawn of Everything yet, so I really wouldn't be able to offer a coherent defense of the work, nor could I offer a criticism of that sort. However, what I have read of the work, it is fantastic. It seems to me, just from what I've read of the work, that it's not that they're trying to deny that, social structures and so on move the way that, move societies forward. I think they're just trying to argue that it's not sheerly it's not the only determining factor, and that people's desire to revolt and change society, their ability to conceive different societies, their unwillingness to submit, those are also very important driving factors to whether societies change in one way or another. And that there is not just some singular arc that takes us into the productivist regime and therefore gives us the state and so on, but that these things are contingent and that they are functions of power and who has power. So that's my interpretation of the text from what I've read of it so far. Canvas says, "Whoa, what a shout out! Thanks. Yeah, I gave you the good quality shout out. That's the premium package right there. You're not even paying me for this. I'm just shilling for you anyway." Do you plan on making a video about anarchist communism specifically? I think it's urgent to normalize money abolitionist anarchism. I've thought about doing a video on the economy, in which case I would definitely talk about that. But I don't know if that's going to be I don't know if that'll even be the next 2 or 3 videos, but it's planned. We'll do a video about the economy, and we'll read a bunch of economics as a previous commenter requested. I will read a bunch more economics. If you really pay attention to the state is counter-revolutionary, there's no way you'll be a statist anymore. If you are, then you're coping. Damn, you heard it here, everyone. You heard it here. Slap that. I published the book. That's going to go right on the dust jacket. It'll just say, if you really pay attention to the state is counter-revolutionary, there's no way you'll be a statist anymore. If you are, then you're coping. That'll be on the cover, I think. Do you think there can be any collaboration with minarchist socialists and other libertarian-leaning socialists, like democratic socialists, or I think probably you're thinking like, certain kinds of social democrats? Yeah, I mean, there could probably be some collaboration with the individuals, As for collaborating with their organizations, we have very different goals. Our methods are also going to look very different a lot of the time. But insofar as are they the enemy? Not as much as, say, like an authoritarian leftist, where do not let authoritarian leftists into anarchist and libertarian socialist organizations. It's not that they're like necessarily bad people. It's that their methods are just completely counterposed to the methods that we are trying to practice. They want the opposite of horizontality. But insofar as like a democratic socialist or somebody who's, like you say, minarchist or something, in certain circumstances, they could probably be allowed into certain organizations. If you're in like a cooperation org, as opposed to like a specifically anarchist organization, they could probably be in like a cooperation Tulsa or a cooperation Jackson or something. Totally. They're not like, out and out the enemy in that sense. You just have to resist them constantly trying to get you to engage in electoral politics. Oh, almost caught up, I think. Every time I say that, it refreshes. Any libertarian socialist YouTube channel recommendations? As far as I've seen, it's all about anarchists and MLs. Libertarian socialist, Red Plateaus. I mentioned them last time. Red Plateaus. I think that's one of the most notable ones for you to go follow. Red Plateaus is a Marxist and has much more of a libertarian socialist perspective. They're actually one of the ones, them and Zoe Baker. Those are the 2 channels that made me make this channel. So go watch Red Plateaus. Oh yeah, some more news. Yeah, there we go. I love some more news. Okay, like the 2 of them over there, Katie and Cody. They're awesome. They're fantastic. Some more news is like funny. It's incisive. They have a very honestly very intelligent commentary, even though it's like supposed to be comedic and everything, but it's very satirical. It's phenomenal. Honestly, some more news, the video that they did on Jordan Peterson is like it is the best takedown of Jordan Peterson I've ever seen. And if y'all have not watched it yet, it annihilates Jordan Peterson, absolutely destroys his arguments. And honestly, it's got some real anarchist vibes to it. So some more news is great. What is Politics? That's a good channel. Yeah. What is Politics is a phenomenal channel. I really enjoyed it. I know people have mentioned they critiqued Dawn of Everything. I haven't watched those videos yet, but I honestly wouldn't want to watch them until I'd read Dawn of Everything. It's the reason I haven't, but I've been loving the videos that What is Politics has put out about the Russian Revolution. I did so much study about the Russian Revolution for part 2 of The State is Counter-Revolutionary, and yet I still learned things from the videos that What is Politics has been putting out about the Russian Revolution. So go watch those. They are phenomenal. I'm giving you $2 a month because that's what my brokey budget can afford. See, that's what I would expect. Don't give me more than you can actually financially handle. Let's see here. Yeah, and then here's somebody saying that exact thing. I love What is Politics. They made a great series on the Russian Revolution. They're not done with that series. It's still going. Oh yeah, go subscribe to Ketsa's channel. It's Down the Rabbit Hole. I actually shared it on a comment the other day. You should go subscribe to Ketsa. Ketsa is brilliant. I really enjoyed meeting her in real life. I think she's going to have some incredibly insightful commentary. And her first video, her intro video, is like better than my videos were for like the first year and a half of the channel. So that's all I'm going to say. Go follow Ketsa. Ketsa's off to a great start. And that's spelled Quetza. And the channel is Down the Rabbit Hole. It's going to be fantastic. Do you have plans to continue with Catalyst Compendium channel? It seems to have stalled. Yes. Sorry, that's just like straight up that I just lost motivation, but you saying that is giving me some motivation to start again. So I probably will start publishing more on that channel again. But yeah. Well, I appreciate somebody noticed what I was doing there. It was moving so slow, getting barely any subscribers. For anybody that didn't know, I started another channel called Catalyst Compendium, which is where I create audiobook or AI readings of theory. And so they're pretty high quality readings by AI. And if that interests you, if you just want to hear theory read out loud, that's essentially what it is. It's a bunch theory read out loud. And if you want to go over there and subscribe to it, that would probably be good. That would be motivating for me to continue doing that channel. Yeah, because of my focus on a modern anarchism part 3, that was part of it, but also just kind of lost motivation a little bit. Probably get back to it. How credible and useful of a resource is the Anarchist FAQ on the Anarchist library? I think it's great. I don't agree with everything it says, but I think it's fantastic. And it can answer so many common questions that people have. The majority of annoying, bad faith comments people make about anarchism can just be answered by the Anarchist FAQ. People should just read it. And people should probably be sending people the versions that are just like their question in the Anarchist FAQ a lot more often. It's so many of the questions that I see asked 1,000 times over on Twitter and stuff. But, like with anything, take everything with a grain of salt. Like I said, I don't agree with literally everything they say, but it's really good. It's got a lot of great answers to questions. Some random geek says, hey, Anark, congrats on 18K. Getting subs is tough. Yep. Thank you very much. I'm pretty happy with the growth of the channel, and 18K is honestly, I'm just trying to take in. It's a relatively large number. I feel like not too long ago, I was celebrating 10K. Here I am almost at 20K. Are you familiar with the work of Gilles Deleuze or Deleuze? I think his metaphysical framework can serve as a great companion to complex systems analysis and can create a more radical alternative to dialectics. I agree. Yes, I have been studying Deleuze. I've not begun reading Deleuze yet. However, I've been watching a bunch of videos that are primers on Deleuze, kind of synopses and overviews and stuff. I'm watching a series right now, which has been absolutely phenomenal, by a YouTube channel called Absurd Being about Deleuze, and it's about difference and repetition, and I'm learning so much watching those videos. Pretty dense. I can see how it's confusing, but I've been really enjoying that. So go over to Absurd Being's channel and watch his videos about difference and repetition. Casey says, I think Anark would be a great guest on RBN. I'm actually not sure what that is, but if you think that's the case, then have them invite me on. X Orpheus says, do you think open source software and alternative cryptocurrencies are potent in getting us far in terms of building dual power and undermining capitalism? I think open source software has some potential in that sense. I think that's valuable in having all of that intellectual property be open to people to look at, be able to reproduce, and so on. As for cryptocurrencies, not really, no. I think the most they could ever be useful for is in money laundering for anarchists. I don't think that they are at all a way of building dual power. I think that it's possible you could take some of that blockchain technology and use that for something. You could probably, use it as some kind of verification system, perhaps. If you were like, trying to create a network that was like anonymized to make it hard to track, it could be useful to use blockchain. Yeah. Maybe you could build out like a trust network with it. But I think like its supposed strength is that it's supposed to operate with zero trust. So I don't know. Yeah. The answer is probably no for the second one. Oh, please make a video on anarchonomics. That's funny. Oh, I'm almost back. Okay. As you know, Harrison asks, lighthearted question, when was the last time you were clean shaven and do you like it? I think it was like 20, I don't know, it was years ago now. I think it was like a decade ago. No, I definitely do not like being clean shaven. I much prefer having a beard of almost any length. Even if it's just my mustache, I prefer having a mustache than being clean shaven. Yeah, says I'm about 5-10 minutes behind. Yeah, seems about right. Okay, I'm almost there. Channel's like, oh no, I'm not almost there. The canvas also gives his mark of approval on the I love red plateaus. He says, I love red plateaus. That's what I like to hear. Have you ever considered discussing the works of crime think? No offense to the people at Crime Think, but they kind of seem to represent an anarchism that reminds me of the 90s and the early 2000s. I feel like they are not moving enough in the direction of an organizational or social anarchism. So while I like some of the work they produce, a lot of the time I find that it does not really match my strain of anarchism very well. And I don't really recommend their work for that reason, but it's not like they're my enemy or something. I disagree with their politics at times. And, yeah, it's kind of what I would say about it. I hope nobody thinks that means that I don't like Crime Think or something. It's just, not really much like my tendency of anarchism. Orpheus Padopoulos says, do you know Econo Boy? He is a SOCDEM, and I think having a conversation with him would be really interesting. I'm open to it. It's fine. Yeah. If he wants to invite me on, if you want to encourage him to invite me on, I would go on his channel and have a talk with him. If you want to see me have a conversation with a SOCDEM, you can go find my debate with Socialism Done Left, which I've uploaded to my channel. You can go look at that if you like. It seems like it was pretty indicative of the kind of conversations I usually have with SOCDEMs. Did you watch the Some More News movie? I did not. I don't know. I just haven't seen it. Well, everybody likes Crime Think, so that's fine. No issue there. Yeah, the best takedown of Jordan Peterson. That's saying a lot on this platform. No, for real. I'm kind of blown away. Like, not to demean them because they're comedians or something, but the amount of like scholarship and the quality of intellectual argument that they offer, it was mind blowing. Like, they must have done like a deep dive, and they really demonstrated like the quality of their critical thinking skills. I think it was very impressive, very impressive. I'd been thinking on making a video taking down Jordan Peterson, and after I watched that, I was like, damn. Pretty much included everything I wanted to say, and then a bunch of stuff I didn't even think about talking about. got a donation from Rayan, I think it would be said, for $4. Thank you very, very much. And here's one of the members of the channel, Some Random Geek, says, welcome to Friendo, or, oh, no, it's telling me that. Oh, welcome, Some Random Geek. That's what it's saying. Sorry about that. Let's see here. Comeback Kid says, I love Red Plateaus. Shame they haven't posted anything new in over a year. Maybe that has to do with the book they published recently, though, which, by the way, Anark, please promote that. Yeah, I mentioned it a little bit, but I'll once again emphasize that both of the members of Red Plateaus published a book called Prefiguration. And it is about the concept of prefiguration, and I highly recommend that you go read it. I actually used it a little bit in my video, Constructing the Revolution. I recommended it in the video, Constructing the Revolution. Go read it. It's fantastic. They really are brilliant. And like I said earlier, they were one of my inspirations in creating this channel. Yeah, go watch Anarchist Black Cat. Her videos are really good, and I think her channel is just growing way slower than it should be. She put out a big burst of work recently, and y'all should go over there and take a look at her channel. She does pretty good videos that are just like informational. You know, she delivers the information very well. Like every time she covers theory, she covers it very accurately. So yeah, go watch her videos. She has commented on numerous of my videos. I've seen her in the chat even before. So at least I think I have. Gabriella Morgan gave a donation for $2. Thank you very, very much, Gabriella. I'm trying to catch up here. I should probably be doing these a little more proactively when I hear those donations come in, or rather when I see them come in. I should probably be doing that. I just realized that I have this on top chat, not in chronological, which may or may not be a good idea. I don't know. But yeah, I think I'm getting closer, everybody. I think I'm almost there. I think I'm almost here. Let's see. Where are we at? Oh, okay. I'm almost there. Let's see here. Lily said, have you read BRRN's new program? They released it a few weeks ago. I've not read it yet, but I will do so as soon as I can. Ryan asks, I think you've mentioned before that you have an education in physics. Is that in any specific area? Yes, I have a bachelor's in physics, and my emphasis was in high energy phenomenology, which translating into normie speak would just mean I focused on how particle collisions played out in particle colliders. Specifically, I studied the Large Hadron Collider. That's something you usually wouldn't focus on in your bachelor's, but I had a great passion for theories of upper dimensions and unified theories. And that leads you naturally to particle physics. And I did research under one of my professors and took graduate classes in high energy physics. So I took pretty much the entire slate of particle physics courses at my university. And that was my emphasis. High energy is what they call it. Phenomenology, meaning how it works or how it acts, specifically in experiments. Any tips or recommendations about studying these subjects without a bachelor's degree? You were just the kind of guys that got the study game just right. I didn't get a bachelor's in any of these topics. Now, I do think that probably getting a bachelor's degree helped me learn how to write essays well, how to integrate what I was learning into work that I was writing. But I didn't get a bachelor's in any of these topics. I did have a minor in philosophy, though. I didn't mention that. I had a major in physics and a minor in philosophy. I almost ended up getting a double major in math. I was 2 credits or 2 classes away from having a double major in math. But if I had done that, I would have had to wait an extra semester to graduate. I wasn't about to. So I was very close to having a double major in math. My minor was in philosophy. but I was not formally trained in the topics that are being discussed on this channel. I just read what I'm interested in and what I think is useful to the topics that I want to discuss. And I have a long history in writing. Ever since I was 15, I've been writing. I was writing fiction for many years, but as I fell in love with physics and went and did a bachelor's, I ended up, of course, writing nonfiction quite a bit more often, and now here I am. So one thing I'll just say, and there's too many things that could be said about how to study well and research and so on, but the one I guess I would emphasize is focus. You don't need to focus your mind on knowing everything and reading everything in the field. You need to focus your mind on reading what is pertinent to what you want to write about. Like, okay, think about what task it is that you've taken on. What is it that you want to write about? And then read around that topic and try to find the key people that already agree with you, the people that are like on your wavelength, basically, and go learn about them. And then learn the people that are your main opponents and then go learn about them. And don't try to have this thing where you just know everything about the topic. That can come later. You need to know enough to be able to usefully write and produce work about the topic. And then you can continue to explore both as you write and as you write further works. And I understand there's kind of this tendency to not want to make mistakes. And, that's also another part of writing and studying properly, is just knowing that you've done enough research to be confident that what you're saying has validity. So there's so much I could say about that. I'm just going to have to move to the next one. Jonas Psycha, I've never understood how to say their name. They used to be called Cuck Philosophy, has great philosophy videos. You might love those. And it's true. I do. I love their videos, even though we have kind of a different approach. They're more like what you might call continental in philosophy, and I'm more analytic, but I'm not really analytic. I'm what you might call a meta-modernist, which is to say, I've sort of left behind the distinction. I'm not concerned with the distinction, nor where I am oriented in that distinction. I think that both of them kind of got things right, and both of them got things wrong and didn't quite approach things correctly. Oh, I have a cat underneath here. Baby! Look at this little kitty baby. Oh. What are you doing, you silly? Are you gonna jump? What are you doing? Oh no, okay. Okay, there you go. The, obligatory kitty cat introduction there. Anyway, excuse me. Sorry to cough there in the mic. Likely Lad says, do you think the Venus Project and the anarchist movement should interact and discuss with each other? Absolutely. One of the people that I talk to a lot, Marlowe, Zachary Marlowe is his name. Runs a podcast called The Moneyless Society. And I talk with him all the time. And, there's lots of overlaps between stuff like the Venus Project and Moneyless Society and all of those things associated there. In fact, not to blow their cover, but if you read about it, it almost just kind of sounds like anarchist communism, but with a different name. And that might be valuable in so far as that, they're not using that name. But yeah, no, it seems great. Go watch Marlowe's stuff over on Moneyless Society. Go subscribe to his YouTube. He works along with several other people. They're all doing good work over there. And they're kind of making anarchism or like anarcho-communism palatable. I don't think they see it that way. But, they're very sympathetic to anarchism. I'll say that. Could we make Half-Life 3 under anarchism? Yes, I'll just promise you that. If we have anarchism, we will get Half-Life 3. There you go. That's the revolutionary goal. Unironically, yeah. I don't view anarchism as being like, a bunch of small-scale handicraft production or something. I see anarchism as being able to produce a technologically sophisticated society. Like I don't view it as like a return to primitive modes of production. It's not how I see it. I think anarchism could continue technological advancement, development, research, creation or production of all kinds of forms of art and everything, not everything that we have now, but everything good that we have, production of all forms of art and all basic amenities of life. The way I look at it is anarchism can produce all of those. Okay, I'm just going to have to catch up as quick as possible here. I'm going to scroll down. I know I'm going to. Okay, I found one here. Oh yeah, somebody mentions Cat Black. Yes, I watch Cat Black as well, but no, don't think she's an anarchist, but I do watch Cat Black as well. Oh, okay. I have to catch up. I have to catch up at some point. The canvas says, 15-year-old Anark fiction reveal at 20K subscribers. The fiction I wrote at 15 was awful. It was so bad. So bad. I remember reading it to a friend of mine because I was like, yeah, I'll read this to him. He's going to think it's so cool. And I appreciate it. He was so nice to me. He didn't tell me how bad it was. But years later, I was like, why didn't you tell me how bad it was? And he was like, I didn't want to crush you, man. It was not good. I was just trying to be a good friend. Sad to tell you, that's just what it is to be good at anything. First, you have to be really just awful, really bad at it. But I think I got pretty good at it eventually. I ended up writing at least one book that I'm still proud of. And I'd be down to go try to get it published at some point. But yeah, so I wrote fiction for years. Yeah. In fact, I even came back from college and that's when I wrote that book that I'm talking about. It was, I've been writing for years and years, and I developed a tabletop game, little known piece of Anark lore. And we run that game every single week. I've been developing that since I was 15 as well. Okay. I'm almost back. Almost got there. Oh my God, I've reached the bottom. Here it is. This happens once every stream that I get to experience this. Opinions on the Gravel Institute. Continuation of the Bernie era. They're SOCDEMs. You should expect them to just say SOCDEM stuff. Don't hold them to the standard you would of a radical or revolutionary. Expect them to be SOCDEMs, and you'll be a lot less confused or upset. I know they had some kind of controversy recently. I don't know what it was. It have to do something with the Ukraine-Russia conflict. I don't know. Anyway, they're SOCDEMs. Don't expect them to be like radical or revolutionary. They're just trying to make as good a capitalism as possible. Half-Life 3 is a transitional demand. Yes, that's what somebody said here. Muhammad asks, is local production better than international production of commodities? I wouldn't say it's necessarily better. I think that you're going to have a mixture of both. That's just the long and short of it. Okay, there's certain things that it's going to be better to turn local. I think energy production could be local to a very large degree, not entirely, don't get me wrong. You're never going to avoid having like big energy grids, but I think you could have a lot of local energy production, various kinds of local energy production. I think you could have various kinds of local food production. I think you could, have a bunch of just kind of raw manufacturing, the stuff that just needs to be done and produced and created and so on. That stuff can probably be done very locally. In fact, especially if 3D printers can really get off the ground, I think that could make things extremely decentral, could make production very decentral. But I also think you're just always going to have some international production. Like, that's just how it works. Some things only grow in certain places on Earth. Some things, are that certain atmospheres are, certain things are only going to be able to be produced or conducive to being produced in certain atmospheres, in certain locations. Certain people are just going to have certain tendencies in different places to produce different things. And so you're always going to have some international supply lines, and that's not bad either. It allows people within all kinds of different niches to prop each other up when one or another of them falls short or needs something. We want a global solidaric network, which means we will need a global supply chain sometimes. But we should be trying to figure out how much can be localized and put into the hands of the people. And that is valuable insofar as that it also makes, it creates redundancy. It creates systems where if you have a failure at one node, the whole system doesn't cascade into failure, which is something you see with big supply chains. The bigger they get, the more disastrous it is when they fail. But some amount of that will always be necessary. So which one is better? I don't know. I don't see it that way exactly. I think you're just going to have a mixture of all of them always. Murillo asks, do you have a video on anarchism and climate breakdown? Not exactly about climate breakdown, but I do have a video that is kind of about doomerism that might arise out of a climate breakdown called Hope. And that may or may not kind of sate that desire you've got there. But I would also like to do a video on the ecology at some point. Mel asks, do you have a Discord server? Sorry to repeat my question, but I think you missed it the first time. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I have a Discord server. The way I'm doing it right now is that, if you become a patron, you can get an invite to the Discord server, but I'm not giving out the link in a general sense. So if you want to go become a patron at any amount, and then just send me a direct message, I will send you the invite. And for any of you that have become patrons and you want an invite, please just tell me. There's supposed to be a bot that immediately pulls you into the Discord server, but the bot keeps malfunctioning and doing weird stuff. So I had to kick the bot. But if you have become a patron and you're not on the Discord server, but you'd like to be, just send me a DM. Okay. Murillo asks, what TTRPG? That I created the TTRPG. So it's called Nyra, Nyra. And it has, for those who are interested in TTRPGs, it is a D10 roll under system. It is a skill-based progression game instead of a level-based progression game. It's its own mechanics and rule system and all of that. It has its own content, its own mythos, all of that. Bernard asks a question about Deleuze, but I actually I answered the question about Deleuze earlier. Urbane Blobfish says, we need a stream where Anark, Andrewism, and a bunch of other lefties play the Comrade tabletop RPG where you play as radical commies trying to overthrow capitalism. I'd be down. I'd be down with that. Ex Orpheus says, do you believe deep ecology and climate justice can be synthesized? Here's the thing. My only understanding of deep ecology comes from Murray Bookchin, and Murray Bookchin really just went in on deep ecology. Given what Bookchin was saying about deep ecology, I agree with his critiques, but I've not read The Deep Ecologist to know whether I agree with Bookchin's critiques, whether I think they were accurate. But if what Bookchin was saying about deep ecology was true, I think that it's deeply problematic to focus your climate movement around that, because it's going to be kind of misanthropic. It's going to see humans as needing to be, rather than harmonious with the ecology, sort of subverted to the ecology. It might have some implications which could be primitivist. I think that, Bookchin provides very good critiques in that sense. But I, of course, add the footnote here that I haven't read their work, so I don't know how accurate Bookchin's criticisms are of their work. Opinions on a more perfect union. It's, yeah, more SOCDEM stuff. You know, like I just expect them to do SOCDEM stuff. I don't know. Maybe that's a really reductive way to look at it, but I don't look at the social democrats and say to myself, you know, I don't hold them to the standards of an anarchist or libertarian socialist, because they just don't, that's not what they're struggling towards, right? They're struggling towards a society with a strong welfare, you know, they want a welfare state. They want strong social safety nets. They're wanting to essentially make soft capitalism. And that doesn't mean they're the enemy or anything, but it does mean that we're just not going to agree on goals like that. You know, that we're going to have very different approaches, and I expect them to talk about things that I think are frivolous or a waste of time and so on. Yeah. Oh, okay. Wow. It like refreshed. The chat like refreshed. And then, Gabriella Morgan, thank you for the donation of $5. Gabriella asked, do you have a Discord server, or do we just have to start a cooperation type org to just talk to you at the next Symbiosis meeting? Yeah, like I said, I give out the Discord server to people that become patrons. And I generally am not giving out the link to people, but you know, anybody who donates as well, I'll give you a link to the Discord server. So Gabriella, if you just want to hit me up in DMs, I'll send you a link to the Discord server as well. Yep. Matters of Degree asks, what's your hypothesis for why Bookchin went really into local electoral politics as a strategy when the ultimate goals of libertarian municipalism never really required it? You know, probably that Bookchin was very frustrated that things were not really, he felt like things weren't making progress. He was looking at the examples of a sort of horizontal, you know, councils and stuff that were being developed. And what he saw was that they didn't really have any power. You know, they weren't really getting anywhere. They weren't making any significant inroads with normal people. You know, they weren't engaging in militant struggles that were transforming society. And he probably thought to himself that, you know, if we're starting from the bottom up, then starting in a local or municipal sort of electoral sense could be useful, using that power structure at the very, very bottom in order to, you know, turn resources back to those power structures, back to the horizontal power structures, and give them some impetus, and also use it as a platform to communicate to people at the local level. And that was probably the reason why he did that. I think he also was very frustrated with the state of the anarchists, where the anarchists at that time were still very individualist, very anti-organizationalist. And he was kind of like brought up in anarcho-syndicalism, which was more organizationalist, more structural, more revolutionary. And he was probably frustrated to see what anarchism had become. And so he was probably also more willing to kind of split with one of these basic principles, which was this opposition to electoral politics. I actually think that some of his work during that time still has a lot of insight. I actually like some of his insights about the municipality as being an atom for organization, that you're trying to bring together the city. But yeah, I think that electoral focus was a big mistake on his part. Margot says, the question then is, what of those things which are location specific should we focus energy into transporting and investing? That is a much bigger question than we probably have time to answer here. I would say we could probably start with ecological structures in a general sense. You know, I think that insofar as what's going to be local, literally the environment and the cultivation of the environment, that's just one that's obvious, right? Production of tool libraries. Insofar as what I discussed, you know, that 3D printing could be valuable, then creating more sophisticated 3D printing apparatuses could also be valuable, allowing us to print and create things locally. That could be examples of prefiguration that we could do right now, and it could build up into larger and more sophisticated structures. ML Irizarry asks, have you read Two Cheers for Anarchism by James C. Scott? I found his chapter Defending the Petty Bourgeois pretty eye-opening. No, I've not read it, but I liked Seeing Like a State, so... oh, gosh, I thought I caught up, and then I'm just not caught up. Not caught up. Not caught up. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Radical Pasta asks, what are your thoughts on the solar punk genre? A positive, eco-friendly, and leftist view of the future. I think someone asked that earlier. I don't know if you answered. You know, I love the visuals. They're beautiful. I think that they are inspiring insofar as they can offer us sort of a vision for what a future might be comprised of, or at least what it might appear as, and what some of its basic principles must be if it appears like that, right? But I think that solar punk, in a very serious sense, is an aesthetic. And Anarchism, I think, has tried to develop it into something that is a little more than an aesthetic, which is to say, kind of connecting it with some prefigurative actions that might be connected to bringing it about. But I think solar punk mostly still just it remains an aesthetic, but it's a valuable aesthetic because it produces something a transformative vision which allows us to imagine what a different world might look like. We can still imagine there might be some strife within a world that looks like that, but we can see that some of our serious pressing problems, our climate problems, we can imagine that they might be alleviated in a world that has the aesthetic of solar punk. So, yeah, that's kind of my general opinion on it. Okay. Let's see. Mr. Oscar Cruz asks, have you read about ecofascism from Carlos Taibo? I think it makes sense when you read that book and look at the tendencies of fascism around the world. It gets grim. No, I've not read it. I'm familiar to some degree, of course, with what an ecofascism might be. But yeah, I guess that's the answer to that question. I've not read that. Elmer says, currently production is socialized. Should it be otherwise? How would that look? I think I kind of answered that a little bit over some of these questions, but I would also disagree that production is socialized. I think production is really controlled in the hands by a very small group of people. Maybe I'm misunderstanding your use of socialization here, but I would say production is socialized under socialism or you know, community or social control of the means of production. So not sure what you mean here. Maybe we're just talking past each other a little. Ramona asks, what is a good way to talk about anarchism with progressives or soc dems? You're just going to need to talk to them about the failures of the state, which is going to be hard. You know, unfortunately, a lot of them really just take for granted that the state is the only way to do what needs to be done. But what you're going to have to point out to them is sort of the inability of the state to confront the real problems at hand. That the state itself is part of the problem and that the abolition of the state is required for these problems to be solved. That's going to be very difficult. People who are social democrats are very much kind of like trapped within what I would call statist realism, where they think that the state absolutely must exist and must be used to fix the problems at hand. But they can be convinced. And I've done it before. I've taken somebody who was a social democrat and moved them towards anarchism. It requires you to get into the nitty gritty about why the state is itself another hierarchical power structure that leads to the same problems as other hierarchical power structures, that it is structured to maintain our oppression. Likely Lad says, I can imagine you talking to David Pakman. He actually knows about the CNTFAI anarchist revolution and praised it in a video dedicated to socialism. Yeah, I mean, yet another figure that I would talk with. I watch his stuff every once in a while. That's good to hear that he's informed about the CNTFAI. Yeah. Rin asks, how often do your friends or family introduce themselves by saying, hey, Anark, name here? Not family, you know, they're not that invested. Friends, as a joke every once in a while. They don't introduce themselves that way, but they might make a joke like that. You know, some of my close friends. Bernard Berari asks, do you see informal settlements, slums, as a breeding ground for anarchist mechanisms that create an organic development? I'm not sure. Informal settlements, is that synonymous with slums? I'm not sure exactly. Maybe I don't understand the meaning of the word slums, but that's not how I'd really interpreted the meaning of that word slums. But if what you're asking is, are places that are economically disadvantaged a breeding ground for anarchist mechanisms that can create an organic development, they are a fertile ground for that, but I don't know if they always necessarily produce anarchism. I think in many occasions you'll find they do, but they can also produce, you know, sort of replications of the hierarchical societies they're part of, unfortunately. You know, just as much as you might see some of these very impoverished communities creating networks of mutual aid and self-sufficiency, you can also see them creating, unfortunately, cutthroat systems of competition and exploitation. So, but I do think that they are places where we should be thinking about trying to make inroads and to create horizontal power structures and to assist those horizontal power structures that might exist in those places. Who knows asks, would you ever debate Hakim? Maybe. It's kind of hard for me to tell whether Hakim is a good faith actor. Their criticisms of anarchism have been so bad that I'm afraid that if we debated, I'd just be educating him the entire time. And that's frustrating. That is not usually a good foundation for a debate. That usually ends up turning into an argument. So I guess the answer is maybe. Even though I understand Hakim's ideology, I don't think Hakim understands anarchism at all. Hakim's videos involving anarchism and criticizing anarchism and his comments I've seen in comment sections about anarchism are literally just as ignorant about how anarchism functions as just a boilerplate liberal or a conservative or something. Like, he has no special insight into anarchism and therefore probably would not be a very good debate partner. Jan Waluki asks, which leftist or anarchist book have you enjoyed the most or found the most interesting? I think I've gone on record numerous times as saying the anarchist book that was most transformative for me was Rudolf Rocker's Nationalism and Culture. However, I don't recommend it all the time because it is kind of dense and it is a history book, but it is history interwoven with theory. Part of the reason why I loved it so much is that it's just beautiful. It's I consider it Rocker's like magnum opus, and he was a wonderful writer and an insightful thinker and a very learned historian. So it is a profound work, and it has an enormous number of special insights within it that I think are really not necessarily found exactly anywhere else. So that's the one I almost always mention. Nationalism and Culture was very transformative for me. What are your favorite grass touching or relaxation activities? I don't know. My relaxation activities are not very grass touching. I play Magic the Gathering Arena. Is that a good example of what you mean? A fan of music making, pool playing, chess, soccer. Yeah, I create art. I produce, like I said, a tabletop RPG and I GM it every week. There we go. That's it, right? I see people. That's grass touching, I think. Yeah. NG9 asks, could you explain the main points of What is Property by Proudhon? Because I read the book, but had some trouble understanding. Yeah, I mean, that was one of the ones I read a while back, so, you know, my recollection is a little rusty, but his basic idea is just that private property is deprivation of others from the ability to use that property. That the default state of things is what you might call usufruct, ownership by usage, and that everything is essentially owing to the production of everything else, that everything is sort of interwoven, and the fruits of all labor is sort of interdependent on the fruits of all other labor. And therefore, private property, you might say private ownership of the means of production, are mechanisms for gatekeeping and therefore deprivation of the results of everyone's labor, the fruits of everyone's labor being distributed properly. And for that reason, it is a sort of form of coercive deprivation and can be thought of as theft from others. So in Proudhon's mind, private property is theft from society. And the broader the concentration of this private power, the more is being stolen from the rest of society. So that's my recollection of what is property, the at least what I took away from it. Mel asks, opinions on absurdist critiques of existentialism, mostly referring to Camus' critiques of Sartre. Unfortunately, I've only read Camus. I've not read Sartre, so I can't really weigh in on whether Camus' critiques of Sartre are correct. However, I do agree with Camus' critiques of Sartre's free will concepts, and I've kind of already weighed in on why I would, you know, naturally just disagree with Sartre's concept that we are like quote unquote radically free in the sense that we, you know, can essentially choose to do otherwise under all constraints. And that was a common criticism Sartre received from others. But I've not read enough Sartre to conceive for myself whether such criticisms are valid criticisms of him. So all I'll say is that I am an absurdist, not just an existentialist writ large. I would say absurdism is kind of like a subcategory of existentialism, but I call myself an existentialist just as a shorthand for others, but I'm more in the school of Camus than anything else. Ilseberg asks, do you view the resurgence of horizontal power structures as near inevitable, probable, or uncertain? The video I made, Hope, is referring directly to the answer to this question. And that is to say, I do not believe in predicting the future. I believe in asking ourselves what goals we would like to achieve, and then asking furthermore, what must be done to achieve those goals. So I say, if I want horizontal power structures to exist, what must I do within my life in order for them to exist? I don't ask myself whether it will happen, whether it's guaranteed, whether it's probable or it's improbable or anything like that. I simply look to the future asking, what can I do to bring that future into existence? How can I turn what is a potential into an actuality? And I advocate that everyone else think of it that way as well. I think that that is the negation of the flaws of optimism and pessimism. I think that both of those are flawed because they try to do fortune telling. They try to tell us what will happen in the future. I think the future is uncertain, and the future is only actualized by action. Somebody asks, do you like or listen to Pat the Bunny? If not, what sort of music do you listen to? I have. I had like a phase where I was listening to Pat the Bunny, but I don't know. I listen to all kinds of music. I've been listening to Men I Trust for the last few days. They have some really great albums. One's called Uncle Jazz, and one is called, I think, Headspace. Both those albums are really good. Often I'll name drop Proto Martyr and Parquet Courts, but I haven't been listening to them that much lately. I listen, I don't know, all kinds of music. I like post-punk quite a bit, but listen to all kinds of stuff. Let's see here. Patrick Bateman asks, have you considered reaching out to at all to read other anarchist scholars outside the leftist canon, particularly those that critique political means, such as Konkin III and Jacques Ellul? Konkin III gives me strong ANCAP vibes, so no, I'm not going to probably be reading Konkin. Jacques Ellul gives me primitivist vibes. I will say of Jacques Ellul, from what I've read, his prose is beautiful. It is absolutely gorgeous, and that makes me feel a little more likely to read his work, but I would probably only read it under the circumstance that I wanted to create, that I wanted to have a discourse on technology and the environment, in which case I would probably read Jacques Ellul. Amel Irizarry says, oh my God, Anarch Senpai just struggled with my name. Oh God, I probably mangled it. I'm sorry. Excuse me. Urbane Blobfish asks, oh, I saw you ask this earlier. Sorry, I skipped over it. Thoughts on post-left anarchism or anarchists. So I have only read like introductory essays. I don't even remember the names of the essays, but people like recommended these kind of places to start. And I read them and I did not like what I was reading. It kind of seemed like the entire concept of post-leftism was predicated on defining the left in this very particular way that I didn't really agree with. And this is kind of one of these things that I found. This should remind you of the arguments I had about PostSiv, right? If I don't agree with the way you've defined the thing, then your entire object of critique is obscured by that. It makes it very difficult for me to agree with your theory when I think that you've improperly understood the object of critique. I don't think civilization means hierarchy. And I don't think, leftism is as narrowly focused on these sort of like, economic and statist means as post-leftism seems to suggest. I think that the left is broader than post-leftists tend to sort of suggest. But that being said, a lot of the criticisms that they offer, I agree with the criticisms, but I just don't think they've properly assessed like what's causing the problems, number one. And number two, I don't think that the quote unquote left is the correct object of critique. So these are kind of my broad feelings on it. I'd probably want to read more before weighing in any way that's a little more detailed than that. Oh gosh. Yeah, it just jumped me forward. It reset the chat and jumped me down to the bottom. I guess I'll scroll back up. Oh, okay. Let's see here. Jeremy Mann asks, when it comes to production, I saw a lot of potential with Project Cybersyn. Does Cybersyn 2.0 Anarchist Edition sound like something that could take off? You have no idea, but this is like the most topical thing you could be asking right now. I've been studying Cybersyn very in depth because for part 4 of A Modern Anarchism, I'm studying Stafford Beer's viable systems theory. And so I've been reading about Chile and I've been reading about Cybersyn and its implementation. There is, I think, indeed, I agree with you that there was a great deal of potential with Project Cybersyn. But I do think that even if the United States had not couped Chile, that it still would have failed. And let me clarify what I mean. I don't think that that's because Cybersyn was, a fundamentally bad idea. I think that it is that particular aspects of implementation made it to where it would have just turned back into hierarchical power structure all over again. It would have turned into a hierarchical power structure. And the reason I say that is not just because the state existed, right? Okay, that would be me trying to argue from like a truism or something, or a tautology. It's instead that when I looked at implementation, I found out what they had done is they just nationalized the workplaces in question. And then they replaced the managers with what were called interventors. So essentially, the workers did not make decisions in the workplace. The state representatives, called interventors, were the first layer that were alerted to any problems that were taking place, and they were the ones that made decisions about production afterwards. And so that was saddening to me. It's not what I was hoping to find out. Feel like that's not really exactly what had been explained to me, but it does confirm that the state is counter-revolutionary, that the state is never going to allow the bottom-up impulse to actually exist, even in the situation where they implement a massive system of automated feedback cycles, wherein you can imagine, oh, the workers could actually be given the reins now, right? The workers could actually be given the reins, and there's just all of this administration that's automatically done for them. Even in that occasion, unfortunately, the state was ready to sabotage it with these, this new representative managerial class. It didn't get to that point, and so I think that's part of the reason why we might idealize it a little more than it might deserve. But I also don't want to pretend that there's nothing of value to cybersyn. I do think that using if we could create, like you say, anarchist cybersyn, that would be great. In fact, that might be a good way for us to look at the kind of prefiguration we should be doing. ASCII says, what do you think about the decentralization of online communities? Are we likely to see it happen with websites like Twitter, Reddit, and Meta falling out? It's good and bad, right? It's good and bad. It's good for it to be decentralized in the sense that it's possible this can bring control back down to the level where people actually have some say. But I just want to say that doesn't appear to be what's happening. Twitter fractured into all these different pieces, but the majority of those pieces are also just new hierarchical websites, right? Controlled by moderators, controlled by the owners of the company. So I don't know if this really represents horizontalization. It's like decentralization without horizontalization, if you get what I'm saying. It's like it's splintered into a bunch of hierarchical power structures. So I don't know if we should see it as a very encouraging phenomenon, unfortunately. It would be good if people went over to Mastodon, but even Mastodon has some problems with that. So Patrick Bateman asks, have you ever heard of the Austrian School of Economics, and do you think it could be a useful tool for left anarchists to understand the state's influence on society? Yes, I have heard of the Austrian School of Economics. That's basically anarcho-capitalist theory. Do I think it could be a useful tool for left anarchists? Not really. Mostly because it just presupposes, I answered this earlier, it presupposes anarcho-capitalist ideology. It presupposes deregulation of capitalism. I think that, we're just kind of, it's the thing that we might say is most notable about it is just this, the economic calculation problem. But I don't even think the economic calculation problem is correct. Like, I think that they're wrong, essentially, that it's not a problem if you get very sophisticated apparatuses. So no, I think it's useful if you're a market anarchist, perhaps. But even then, I would really never want to become involved with anarcho-capitalism or anybody that could be associated with anarcho-capitalism, because I see it as a force of reaction and helping to restabilize fascism. What do you think about mutualism or anarchism with more market characteristics? Already answered this. Short answer is, I still consider it anarchism, but it's not my kind of anarchism. I don't see the market as a goal. I think the abolition of the market is a goal, but in the intermediary, we will probably have some mixture of a decommodification and a mutualist market, that the mutualist market will kind of probably act as a sort of protective belt to the rest of the economy in the period where we are in transition, where anarchism has not become like the global power, but is instead an insurgent power. So the market is a transitional necessity, but it is not a good, and it's something we should be trying to move towards the abolition of once the time comes that is possible. So I gotta start skipping through some of these, otherwise I won't ever catch up again. But yeah, Hakeem boxing fight win. Yeah, well, okay, I guess you could see it that way, but probably not. Patrick Bateman says, okay, I know that many Austrians consider themselves capitalist, but many left Austrians like Roderick Long have used the method to critique corporate hierarchy and wage labor. Sure. I just don't see any reason to use it. It just doesn't seem useful. Amel says, we read a pretty good ethnography by Helen Safa about the urban poor in Puerto Rico in one of my classes. She talks a lot about the mutual aid culture in the slums and shanty towns of San Juan. Yeah, no, like I said, it absolutely can arise in the worst circumstances. It's just not guaranteed that it will, unfortunately. It's very situational. Kind of depends on the past and the circumstances and what kind of work is being done by the people that are present. Hey, Hayathea asks, what do you think of surrealism and Andre Breton? I don't know who Andre Breton is. I do like surrealism a lot of the time, though. I'm into it. Wouldn't be my style of art, but I think it's cool. I mean, if you're talking about the movement and painting and stuff, I mean, I think surrealist art is cool. TTRPG and MTG Arena, excellent taste. Been playing both since the 90s. No Arena in the 90s, but I started 3rd edition. That's cool. Yeah. Yeah, no, I never played Paper Magic. I just went straight to the digital version. So, Men I Trust, nice. Yeah, we got another fan. Have you read about the Russian futurists? Actually, I think No, I read about what's called the Cosmists. I don't know what the Russian futurists are. Oh, damn. It's so hard to catch up. Y'all are going wild here. It's great, though. Glad to see it. Thanks for all the participation. Let's see here. What's your opinion on Blessed is the Flame? I ended up enjoying it a lot more than I was expecting. Definitely doesn't deserve the bad rep. I did not like it. And in fact, if you want to see pretty much like Blessed is the Flame is just my object of critique in my video Hope. So if you'd like to see my criticism of Blessed is the Flame and anarcho-nihilism more broadly, and its relation to pessimism, you should watch my video Hope. Or read the essay, I suppose, if that's what you prefer. You are our Anark senpai. Okay, well, I'll just have to trust you on that one. Any leftist or anarchist music recommendations? Actually, one of the ones that I listed there does seem pretty anarchist, and that is Parquet Courts. You should go listen to the album Total Football. That album has explicitly anarchist themes in it. And I don't mean anarchist like we kind of associate punk music with being like individualist anarchist. No, I mean like social anarchist themes in it. It's like anarcho-communist at times. It's in fact, even the title, Total Football. Total Football is a team where all of the players can play any position, which is like, heavily related to what a lot of people's theory of the individual in anarcho-communism would be. An individual who participated in all of the varieties of things in life and could flex into all kinds of different positions. And so, yeah. It's really good. It's also an amazing album. It's, musically amazing, and the concepts are fantastic. So really good. But then I'll also give you recommendations. I listened to Baby I'm an Anarchist by Against Me and some Pete Seeger songs like Solidarity Forever and Banks of Marble. Opinion on the writers and now the actors strike. Good job. This stuff is heartening. I love seeing how many strikes we're getting lately. We need, definitely some leftists need to return to the struggle in the unions. No doubt about that. I mean, it seems like it's the striking while the iron is hot. Best place to reach out to me, probably Twitter DMs. It's the place I'm most likely to see your message and respond. John Doe says, ever consider doing a video on World War II from an anarchist perspective? I think a lot of criticisms can be made against the USSR for its decisions in the war outside the typical anti-state arguments. I think the closest you're going to get to that from me is probably The State is Counter-Revolutionary, Part 2, if you want to read that or watch that. Lily says, it's a good stream. Good night, everyone. Thanks, Anark, for doing this. Yeah, of course. I'm glad y'all are enjoying it, you know? Thoughts on post-anarchism? Post-structuralism and anarchism are pretty based, but describing this as a post-anarchism is pretty flawed. Yeah, that's like the worst thing they could have named it. It's frustrating. What a terrible name for it. I don't even think they think they are like quote-unquote post or after anarchism. I think if you read any post-anarchism, they're like, yeah, we're anarchists. We're just influenced by postmodernism or post-structuralism. So it's like, it's not after anarchism, they mean they're postmodernist anarchists. But as I said earlier, I'm not a postmodernist, but I'm also not necessarily like an analytic in that sense. I'm what you might call a meta-modernist. And if you want to see the difference and what that looks like, that's what a modern anarchism is. Like, you know, somebody even mentioned, they're like, I don't think it should be called a modern anarchism. I think it should be called a meta-modern anarchism. And they're kind of right. Like, that is accurate. Philosophically, that's most accurate. Like, a modern anarchism, if you're looking for what it should have been labeled in a philosophical sense, it is a meta-modern anarchism. So, yeah, I don't really identify with either the postmodernists or the analytics. I kind of see myself as taking from both, but having moved past both. Andre says, come on, you skipped the market anarchism question. I was waiting for it. I feel like I've answered numerous times. You know, market anarchism is anarchism, but I just don't see it as a goal. The market is at best a transitionary tool. So here's a question I just don't know the answer to, but I'll put it in the chat, you know, just out there anyway. What did Murray Bookchin think of groups like Anti-Racist Action and the Love and Rage Federation? Would have thought orgs like that would have given him more hope for anarchism. Just don't know. Don't think I've ever seen him comment on them. Patrick Bateman says Konkin gives off ANCAP vibes, but he was explicitly anti-capitalist. Okay. Keep that in mind. Who knows says, how do I mentally prepare myself for government and economics classes when school starts up again? I don't know. That sounds like some kind of psychic damage that I can't conceive. I would say probably you want to try to inject reading theory, like stay in touch with anarchist ideas the whole time. Otherwise, it's going to drive you mad. Casey Zarnomsky says, thanks for the content, Anark. But they're saying I find interested in these topics to your, I prefer this to the topics on your channel. It's refreshing to be able to have a conversation about such important topics. Yeah, I intend to do these. I intend to continue doing these. Just, you know, they're a lot of effort. Here I am. How long has it been? 3 hours, 3 hours sitting here talking with people. But yeah. Give me just a moment. I'm going to consume brain altering substances. Murillo asks, what are some of the issues of Mastodon as a platform from the anarchist perspective? From the anarchist perspective, it's actually pretty good. I mean, it's like almost exactly a model of like Confederation. So that's pretty cool. The free association as well. The thing I don't like about it is that the moderator like controls the entire instance. And that means they can see everything that happens on the instance, including everybody's like personal DMs and everything. So what that means is your information is pretty legible to the state. And recently we just saw the state seize all of one of the big anarchist instances information, the instance called Collectiva. I will say people seem to kind of like be shitting on Collectiva for that, but I would say that that's unreasonable. You know, the state could have targeted any of these instances. It's not that Collectiva was necessarily doing anything wrong. They were just kind of doing what everybody else was doing. But in the future, Collectiva needs to probably be doing a little more info security than that. They could have, you know, that unfortunately that could have endangered a lot of people. But the simple fact that it, you know, having one bad administrator or moderator could really do a lot of damage. Just the same old problem of hierarchical power, you know, even if it's that one layer is a failure point, you know, and it's no fault of their own. That's just how the Mastodon software works. So there might be some way for them to circumvent that, but I foresee that in the future it could be a problem. You know, it's a problem over on Reddit, for example. You know, somebody gets into the moderator position, just destroys a whole subreddit, you know, like same thing could happen on Mastodon over time, you know. Mr. Oscar Cruz says, any tips for coping with living in capitalism? Having this anarchist conscience feels too burdening sometimes, but I can't deny its truths, my man. All I got to say is it's rational to feel that way. It's rational to feel distressed looking at the world around you. What I want to recommend to you is to not run away from that distress, but to process it and to make yourself into the person you must be to confront it and to change the world. That requires work. That's hard, you know, but the stress isn't going anywhere. You know, there's the only way that you could escape the distress is through delusion. And so it's no flaw of your own that you feel that way, that you feel depressed or sad or discouraged. Or hopeless or any of that. That is the natural response to a world that is this dark and that feels this hopeless, where it really does look like there's such a slim chance for things to get better. And when you accept the realities of how it got this way, it can feel as if you're not, you know, it's hard to feel certain that there's going to be pushback that's actually going to make the world into something different. But what I always this is why I always try to emphasize on my channel, the world changes through action. You know, there's no arc coming to save us. There's no arc of history that's going to do the work for us. If we sit back and we do nothing, the world will not change. The world will become darker. It will get worse and worse. And this is why I found that one of the only things that makes me feel any less hopeless is acting like somehow to do anything to change the world. If it's to change people's ideas, if it's to act in an organization, if it's to you know, create new paradigms, or if you know, a protest or whatever it is, it produces so much catharsis when the world is so distressing to know, hey, if we added this up 1,000 times or 10,000 or 100,000 or 1,000,000 times, this could change everything. If this were being done everywhere by so many people, even 5%, 10% of society, it could transform everything. That is one of the only antidotes, I think, to that distress. And it doesn't get rid of it because, you know, to have these realizations is to realize that you are set to confront things that are far larger than you yourself could possibly confront, that you are something quite small by comparison to the scale of the problem. So it's rational even then, even while acting, to feel those feelings. But I just want to emphasize that's the only thing for me that ever makes me feel any better, that makes me feel any less of that existential distress and that ennui that just comes along with existing in this world. So I hope that was insightful. So let's see here. Urbane Blobfish asks the big question. Is there still hope for Biden to embrace anarcho-primitivism? Yeah, totally. There is. That's probably what's going to happen. Robert Cook asks, was there a Russian form of the Pinkertons? Yes, it was called the Russian state. No joke. They pretty much did what the Pinkertons do here in the United States, which is to crush strikes and to get inside workers' organizations, to act as wreckers, to sabotage horizontal power structures. The Russian state did precisely that in spades, not only inside of itself, but abroad, across the world. Helped destroy the free territories in Ukraine, helped influence the Chinese state to be even less permissive towards horizontal structures and to be more state capitalist. Directly sabotaged the C&T FAI in Spain. Yeah, the USSR was the state Pinkertons exported abroad. Let's see here. The canvas. Oh, I scrolled right back down to the bottom as the canvas was leaving. Good night, everyone. Sleep well. Don't forget to like the stream. Exactly. See? The canvas. Shilling for me over here. That's what I like to see. Okay. Let's see. Casey Zarnomsky says, Anark needs more super chats. That's so true. I agree with you. That's what that would really solve most of our problems here. I think Anark needs more super chats. That's from my completely unbiased opinion, you know. So let's see what's next. You should get into Tyson. Roadside says you should look into Tyson Yunkaporta. He is an indigenous studies guy who talks with complexity people a lot and is very anarchisty. That sounds like a great recommendation. Damn. All right. I was going to type that in real quick. Make sure I keep it. Yunkaporta. All right. I'll remember that. Masuda Trent asks, would you ever consider doing a general anarchist history video? I would enjoy hearing about different anarchistic societies' rise and fall and where they are today. I would absolutely be interested in that. In fact, I've said for a little while now, last year or so probably, that I basically need to do the anarchist contrapositive to the state is counter-revolutionary, which is to say, an account of anarchist projects, of anarchist revolutionary attempts, and where they went well, but then why they failed, how they failed, and why they failed. So it'd be another kind of history piece, and I'd be definitely down for that, for sure. I would probably cover the CNTFAI, obviously, the free territories of Ukraine, maybe the Mexican anarchists. They don't really get enough attention, but they were very transformative. I'd like to do the Shinmin commune, but unfortunately, we just don't have a whole lot of information about it. It's like kind of hard hard to find. I haven't found a book about it personally. If anybody knows about a book about the Korean, what is it, People's Association of Manchuria or something like that, the KPAM, or the Shinmin Commune as it's sometimes called. If you know about a book, if there's any sort of book that's been done about that, please tell me about that. I've had a hard time locating one. Anyway, but the answer is yes. Let's see here. A common question I'll answer quickly. Elmer asks, is it possible second season of the state is counter-revolutionary, Cuba, Chile, Yugoslavia in the far or near future? Absolutely yes. Said it before, say it one more time. Well, probably not the last time. If I were to do it, you pretty much nailed the three I would probably look at. Cuba, Chile, Yugoslavia. But Cuba, I'd probably do Chile and Yugoslavia. And the reason is because even though Cuba is a unique circumstance, and it is one that I'd like to look at and study closely and look at the history and find where the failure points are, I do imagine that it's going to follow similar failure points to China, basically. And the USSR to some degree, but as I understood it, they kind of distanced themselves from what was being done in the USSR, and you can find criticisms of Guevara of what was being done in the USSR. So, and they've turned out different from the USSR, but they had somewhat similar conditions to China when it did its revolution, which is to say they had a very agrarian, peasant-based society and so on. And they followed by doing, a vanguardist guerrilla tactics in the rural areas. So that's not to say I don't think anything was unique about it, but I think Chile and Yugoslavia are radically different from the USSR and China, and therefore may be the ones that are the most, rife for comparative analysis, right? You look at Chile because of Cybersyn, super interesting. And you look at Yugoslavia because you actually had a dictator who tried to create worker control through council confederations. It's like, what? Well, anyway, so just like I found that there were fatal flaws in Cybersyn, I'm sure I'll find that there were fatal flaws there. But my understanding is that the fatal flaw was just they had a dictator, and when Tito died, the whole thing fell apart. But let's move to the next one. Tech Priest Rise On says, "Hey, Anark, you said in a modern anarchy that the state helps capital and vice versa. Could you expand on that a little?" Well, obviously I could expand on it a lot, but I'll just say briefly, my conception of the way that the world we're faced with works is that even though there are many compartments to the hierarchical, mega machine, as I called it, if you've watched the videos, it is still kind of one singular functioning structure nonetheless. That there are compartment boundaries for sure, but that there are always compartment boundaries in a whole. The whole is comprised of a bunch of internal compartments. They all do have some kind of differing, tap the mic and make sure it works. Okay, good. They do have some differing needs and will therefore come into conflict sometimes. But insofar as they act to maintain a certain kind of society and otherwise in the society of liberation that we like, they function towards the same end, the production of more hierarchical power, the consolidation of what I call chiriarchy, not just what I call chiriarchy, but feminist literature calls chiriarchy. The production of a single, unified, overlapping, interlocking system of domination. And so the state and capital, they prop one another up. All of the hierarchies, even when they appear to be in conflict, and they are to some degree, because hierarchy is a competitive structure by nature, still serve to assist one another in a real sense. It's useful to the state that capital is accumulating a bunch of power into hierarchical agencies, which it can then internalize into many of its flows and to consume. And vice versa, it is useful to the capitalist that there is a institution of violence and of regulation and enforcement that maintains the structures of capitalism as per the interests of the capitalists. And the capitalists, of course, are informed by a ethos of greed that is all-encompassing, and therefore they cannot conceive that even this amount of, outsourcing to the state is worth their while. But they're wrong. It is worth their while. The state is a more efficient machine for doing that task than probably a private militia or military would be. And that's why they exist together, even though it may appear that each of them wants to destroy the other. Every kind of hierarchical power structure actually props one another up. They maintain subjugation of their own people, and they maintain subjugation of the planet through the competitive dynamics that define hierarchical power. That was not a short response, but I hope that clarifies to some degree. Let's see here. Okay, I'm skipping through a bunch. Okay, it updated, but I really need to get caught up on the chat here, so I'm going to skip a bunch. Okay, I'm going to turn it to live chat. Okay. So, look pretty caught up here. Comeback Kid says, that's actually a good point, Anark. I'm going to call the USSR Red Pinkertons from now on. Boom, there it is. So that's everybody, just spread that around. Red Pinkertons. Especially if they bring up Kronstadt. Just call them Red Pinkertons. Half joking. /HJ. Let's see here. Okay, Margot left. Bye, Margot. Afterwards, I guess. Belated. Okay, I'm still catching up. Connor Lonergan says, what about the state as counter-revolutionary for the various South American leftist states in general? There's a lot to be noted there, and I think that would be very, very interesting to look at. Obviously I mentioned Chile, and then Mexico to some degree, but Mexico, I don't know if it's a very good example because they didn't get to finish the revolutionary seizure and all of that. But then also Cuba, but Cuba's Central American. I don't know. Oh yeah, Mexico, Central American. Yep. No, yeah. So Chile's South American, right? Yeah. Yeah, Chile's South America. Exactly. It's over on the West Coast. Yeah. I'd be down for that, though, for sure. Related to, let's see here, related to the state as counter-revolutionary stuff, you may be interested in the worker control in Algeria. Yeah, that'd be cool. That'd be interesting. Get to learn about Algeria at the same time. Okay, so I'm finally caught up, and chat has slowed down. I can see that viewership has dropped to some degree where, you know, we got up to like 50 or 60, I think, even concurrent viewers there at one point. Was it 50? I don't remember. We got up there though. It says now we're at 43. So I don't know, maybe it picked back up a little bit, but notice the chat slowed down. I'm not sure if it's because mine hasn't updated or whatever, but okay, so Comeback Kid gave me an answer. Let me copy and paste it somewhere. Oh yeah, it gave me an answer. I asked about the Shinmin commune. I asked about the Korean anarchists, and somebody gave me an answer. I'm just going to keep this in a note. Okay, also the name Tyson Yunkaporta. There we go. Cool. Okay. So Darth oh yeah, Amarillo says Venezuela. Yeah, I could look at Venezuela for sure. That's another good one, actually. Wow. Can't even believe my brain didn't think of that. Mr. Oscar Cruz says, just to incentivize you, if you make a part 5 of the State is Counter-Revolutionary about South America, you've got a good bunch of Spanish-speaking fans over here willing to help. Yeah, that's motivating. Also, I have noticed I do have a significant number of viewers in South America, and I'm not entirely sure how that happened, but I'm happy to know that is the case. By the way, if anybody wants to, I guess this just came to mind, but if anybody wants to do translations of the subtitles, which is really just to say the essays or scripts to any of my videos, just tell me. People have offered it before, and it's great every time somebody offers. The more languages, the better, absolutely. And I would love to have Spanish translations of all my videos, but especially the big video essays specifically. If I could get Spanish translations of all of modern anarchism, constructing the revolution, hope, and so on, that would be wonderful, by the way. Just putting that out there into the YouTube viewer base. Okay. Darth Sawyer says, hey, I finally figured out how to comment on mobile. Have any ideas about how we can immediately take action against climate change? Fighting Nazis feels easy in comparison. Damn, accurate. Very true. I mean, here's the sad truth about it. We basically have to impede the real existence of ecological devastation that's taking place. That has to be both us reclaiming the land, which is to say, recuperating the land, trying to make sure that it is restored in a social ecological sense, in communion with a group that will develop a relationship with it, and so on. But it also means, direct sabotage, right? I mean, obviously, what's being done in Cop City is a very good example. Those acts of sabotage are a good example. It's just obvious that stopping pipelines from being built, stopping major, like a huge, massive excavation campaigns from taking place. All those things are probably the most immediate things you can actually do. So the combination of all of those things is really, like, I would say, kind of an introductory summary of some of the things that can be done, and some of the things that must be done. And I think we're in an era where it's going to require great heroism to really confront the problems we're faced with. And the people that do the things that are needed will be remembered, for sure. Look at how we remember Tortuguita. It's important work. Let's see here. Matters of Degree says, how are Cooperation Tulsa and Scissortail Anarchist organization lately? What are the active membership numbers for each, roughly? I've given out active membership a few times, but I'll say it's less than 100 for both of them. Less than 50, I'll say. Cooperation Tulsa is developing the land that we've gotten, which is a place called Flat Rock. It's what we call Flat Rock. We are trying to develop it into, it's 2.5 acres. We're trying to develop into composting cooperative. We're trying to plant on part of the land. We're going to do like actually some farming. We're going to build standing structures out there, use it as a place for meetings, as well as to develop a cooperative base. Scissortail is currently kind of like recovering. I would say most of its members right now are recovering capacity. I know a lot of organizations are doing the same. So we're kind of resting, but I think the plan going forward is probably going to be spreading, doing popular education, you might say, and perhaps some like going to the people, you might say. Let's see. Rin says, stages of counter-revolutionary Venezuela and Bolivia. Yeah, Bolivia, that's another good one to learn about. Das Otter says, hey, Anark, I made a comment on your What is Hierarchy video concerning the use of prisons. You don't have to respond to it here, but I would appreciate it if you could respond in that comment thread. I mean, with that in mind, you might just expect me to respond to that comment if I go and do, or when I get to my Anark abridged videos and I'm doing comment responses, I might just respond to it on video. Now, of course, I understand that's a ways away for you, but yeah, I might respond to it. We'll see. I don't remember the comment though. That's kind of the problem. I'd have to go look it up right now. I'll have to wait to do that. But if I'll go back and look at the comments and see if I can find the one you're talking about. This person, or Mr. Oscar Cruz says, totally, I lived through the Chavez government, and that one is totally a case for the state is counter-revolutionary. All right, I'm listening. Amel Irizarry says, oh yeah, I would love to help if you need help with some Spanish sources too. Yes. Obviously, translated Spanish sources would be wonderful. I don't speak Spanish. If I'm going to learn a language, that's the one I'll learn, but let's see here. Who Knows asks, will you ever make a video about Israel? I don't think I'll make a whole video about Israel, but I could make commentary about Israel involved in other topics. I would maybe be interested if we were to do the state as counter-revolutionary about Israel, because there are examples of formations within Israel which had some ostensibly revolutionary thrust to them, but I wouldn't want to just single out Israel as for an entire video topic any more than I would just single out any other state as a video topic. Mr. Oscar Cruz again. You've been an MVP this chat here. Every time I get to see Zapatistas and compare them to Chavismo, it feels like comparing bottom down revolution versus top down. Yeah, I mean, it's very interesting to know that the Zapatistas and pretty much everybody in all of that region of the world at that time, anarchist or otherwise, were actually very influenced by Chavismo and Folkismo and other vanguardist authoritarian approaches. It's intriguing to know that even the anarchists were paying attention to that, and that you got libertarian socialists like the Zapatistas that were paying attention too, and but it is a big contrast. Big contrast. Murillo asks, how long does a script translation usually take? I don't do the translation, so I don't know the answer to that question. I guess, I'd be interested to know the answer though, because I don't know how long translation takes. Rin says, would love to help with Spanish subtitles. If so, please get a hold of me somewhere other than chat, because this is just going to fade into the ether. DM me on Twitter or something so that we can actually communicate. I'll just send you the script, or I'll send you whatever script you're interested in translating. By the way, if anybody speaks Arabic, somebody has already done a full translation of A Modern Anarchism, I believe. I think that's what it was. Did a full translation of A Modern Anarchism, I think, into Arabic. They did the full translation, but unfortunately there were no timestamps. So if anybody wants to help me put it to timestamps, or if you can read and speak Arabic, at least maybe turn it into the essay form, just take out all the timestamps and just turn it into the essay that matches the English version. That would be incredibly useful. I've had numerous people offer, but it would be fantastic if somebody, not to put anybody on blast, but it'd be nice if somebody would follow through, because I would love to have a copy in Arabic. Okay, let's go back up. Connor Lonergan says, I just thought of an interesting spin-off to The State is Counter-Revolutionary, long-form essays of how certain leftist leaders are themselves counter-revolutionary. I've said this to kind of some other people, but I have a resistance to focusing on individuals as the cause of problems. Even, the great dictators and tyrants of history. I really think that it's usually wrong to focus one's mind upon the tyrant, when it is almost always that the structure of society is really what drives things to their worst conclusions. And that quite often you'll find the dictator or the tyrant of various kinds is really following all of the internal incentives of the system. They've just been catapulted into the system. And, I get it that in the case of these vanguards that we have a situation where, the reins were uniquely in their hands in a way that maybe in a lot of other structures they weren't. But I just want to emphasize that even in these occasions, I think that insofar as Lenin's, for example, take USSR. Insofar as that Lenin's draft decrees, if anybody's seen part 2, you know what I'm talking about, that neutered the power of the Soviets, so long as that passed, you pretty much just weren't going to have a revolution. It didn't matter who you would have put into power. The machine was just going to churn on. You would have had to do another revolution, fix the problem after that. There's no going back. You don't reverse that kind of thing. They just became capitalist afterwards, because that's essentially what quote unquote war communism was. It was the preparatory state to capitalism, to just regular capitalism, and state capitalism at best. So that's why I would probably not make video essays about the figures themselves. I don't want to focus on Stalin. I don't want to focus on Mao Zedong. I don't want to focus on Che Guevara. I don't want to focus on Kim Jong-un or whatever. I'm not going to make a video about the Koch brothers. I'm not going to make a video about Joe Biden. Hopefully that wasn't a harsh response, but that's just kind of my feeling on the matter. Casey says, YouTube AI will do all the translations. See in the video that it's coming very soon. We shall see. I'd be happy for that to be the case. Darth, oh wow, it just refreshed again. Okay, well, I'm almost caught up, so I'm just going to go up just a little bit. Alex asks a good question. What changes, if any, would you make if you were to remake your After the Revolution video now, in terms of the kinds of social structure you'd like to see? The most notable is the having a certain number of people in the base unit. I think I called it the community. I don't think that was the right way to go. I don't think having that base number is a good way to go. My reasoning was that you don't want to get power leverage between the different communities. You didn't want them, some of them based on the number of people that were in them to have improper or the wrong amount of leverage such that you didn't get equality of structural power. And so I said, well, the easiest way to fix that problem in my mind was just say, okay, well then quantize it. Just make sure that, and I was like, and then we use the number, I don't remember what the number's called. There's this number that sort of accords to the natural size for a human community. I think the number that people have said is like 120 or something. That's the science on that's sketchy. It's literally just like this back of the envelope sort of calculation. Like about how much brain capacity it takes up to hold one like relationship or friendship or whatever, and then you're just like, well, that means the brain should be able to handle this many. The number's like 120 or something. So I think I kind of used that number, and I took for granted that it might be a good number to use. And I don't think probably I should have even used a number to begin with. I think that it prevents free association, and it's not to say that you might not want to have some number, but if I had to guess, that number's too low. I also thought another good thing about it was that I thought that it maintained a group cohesion within that community. It made sure that they could all know one another, that they could turn that into an actual functioning community, and that community could actually do face-to-face democracy, as Bookchin calls it. And so that was my reasoning for choosing that number. But now I don't think that's the right way to go. In fact, I think what that's going to prevent, unfortunately, it's going to prevent people from being, if they're part of a community or a council of some sort that they don't like, they can't just start a different council. And I think that that's imperative in being able to establish an anarchist society that is flexible to concerns, that is able to adapt to circumstances. Now, I guess there's another argument to be made that you could fix this problem by just being like, okay, yeah, everybody's in these little communities of 150, but you can make all kinds of different associations. But I didn't make clear in the video that the associations and structures and scales that I was mentioning, they were just suggestions. And they weren't the only kinds of structures you could build. I didn't really talk very much about the fact that it's like, here's some suggested scales and functions. But I didn't also mention it's like, well, you could create any variety of these sorts of structures with all kinds of different functions that were, unique groupings of people, Venn diagrams, complex Venn diagrams. I didn't talk about any of that. And I think maybe it gave some people the impression that I didn't intend that those could also exist. The video doesn't say that explicitly, but I think that some people, there being a number on the community, made them think that it's like that was your only place of politics. This was your vehicle for interaction, and you couldn't create new vehicles. And that to them seemed too rigid. These are all kind of like valid criticisms, I think. If I were to write it again, I wouldn't make these mistakes probably. And I would also write the script to be a little more descriptive of the flexibility, the range of possibilities for different kinds of structures that could be made. Those are my main things. That's what I would mostly change. Oh yeah, one more thing I'll say for posterity's sake. I would like to make more clear that I wasn't talking about the end goal in that video. In fact, even in my mind, the way I looked at it was that was like, if you carried out an armed coup and overthrew the government, what is the thing you'd institute right after? Like, what would you put in place right when you had succeeded in that process and you just had to put a system down on the ground that was going to work? My answer to that question is after the revolution. It's a practical model. Okay, it's a practical model about what could be implemented, just boom. Like it could look like this right after you overthrow the previous state and seize a bunch of territory from capitalists and from the state. And then what do you put in place right then after the revolution? Remains a pretty good answer to that question. Okay. And it's also why some people have concerns. I know this answer has gone on for a long time, but I actually do have a lot of thoughts about this. Other people had concerns about my mention of rehabilitation communities and militias and confederations of militias. Well, yeah, you need those things because you're probably still in civil conflict. Furthermore, you're in a world that's like violent to you. Like, you're going to need some place to put prisoners of war, because if you don't have a place to put prisoners of war, you're releasing the enemy combatants back to the enemy every time they lose an engagement, which is just foolish in a strategic sense, extremely foolish in a strategic sense. And you have to also be able to suppress reaction. There's going to be fascists and all kinds of terrible, vile people that will have like, little contingents. And there's going to be people trying to literally wage open conflict with you. You can't just disarm and have no militias and no ability to defend yourself. That's absurd. So that's why in After the Revolution, you still have those qualities. Also, that's the reason it makes kind of very subtle reference towards have these things being, or not that subtle, it's pretty straightforward, these things being on the market and there being a commodity production for these things and these things being decommodified. If you think that's my end goal, then I understand how you're like, well, fuck this video. But that is what you have to do in the intermediary. You just do. You have to, unfortunately. You can't just go straight decommodification. The reason there's no example of that happening is because it can't happen. If you have any interaction with the outside world, they quantize the value of things. And their quantization, their giving of that thing value and numeric value in the outside world, internally, you're going to have awareness of those values. As soon as you have awareness of those values, then you know that all of the economic interactions which are taking place internal to you either are or are not maximizing the production of those external values. Okay? So naturally then, the things you are just distributing internally, yeah, you could probably decommodify a lot of those things because those things are just going from you to you, right? But the things that go in and out of your country, the things that you export or import, you can't decommodify. That's just not possible. They're going to have a value and you're going to sell them for that value to the rest of the market. Period. The global market exists, whether you like it or not. You can't decommodify the external market. They're not going to cooperate. And so therefore you just won't be able to do trade and you'll die. That's just, that's an organism who can't consume its environment. Like we're not a tardigrade, we're a rhizome, we're a fungus and a fungus and rhizomes, they consume their outside world. So us not having any ability to interact with the outside world, that is utterly infeasible. That's not real. That's not a real possibility. So indeed, yes, there will have to be a market component. But yeah, these are some of my thoughts about After the Revolution, because I've actually had a lot of people comment on it. It's gotten a lot of extremely good criticisms that made a lot of sense. Some are really bad faith. Some people are just trying to distort it in order to have a dunk, which don't appreciate that. But I've gotten a lot of good criticisms too, ones that are actually really well considered and make a lot of sense. And those are some of my thoughts on that. Those are the things that come to mind. Rin asks, would you consider doing The State is Counter-Revolutionary USA? Yeah, but it doesn't really fit what I'm going for. The only example we have in the United States, and I know some people are going to say like Bacon's Rebellion or something, but it's really not a good analog to the topic. A better analog to the topic is the Black Panthers. But and I hope nobody thinks this is any offense to the Black Panthers, but they did not rise to the level of any of the other examples in the list of what we've discussed, right? And that's because the U.S. state successfully suppressed them. The examples I'm giving in The State is Counter-Revolutionary are those examples where the revolutionaries ostensibly had the reins in their hands and could have done something different. But the state sabotaged that from taking place. When they chose to use the state, they self-sabotaged. That's what The State is Counter-Revolutionary is about. And so there's no example in the United States wherein there was some horizontal or there was some, worker revolution or something that went bad. Our vanguard were capitalists and they put into place capitalism. They were white supremacist, colonialist, capitalists. And that's what they put into place. So it's not like there was any, there was no promise that it ever could have been otherwise. It's precisely, it was built it's what it was built to be. So that's probably why I would never do that. Let's see here. Mr. Oscar Cruz says, totally. Most socialists I've met in Venezuela, Chile, and Brazil don't even know the ongoing revolution with the EZLN and Rojava. Wow. Here, the ML is just overwhelming. They just see China. Oh my God, that's just... It's very, very disappointing, very discouraging. It seems like knowing that if I lived in those places, that'd be my single-minded goal was just to spread information, especially about the EZLN. I mean, that's what I would just be doing. That I would be spreading information about the EZLN. I would be making sure that the conveyance of information about the Zapatistas was as clear and consistent and repetitive as possible into all of those places. Like that, and Rojava, obviously that's also an inspiring example. But I just want to say, EZLN's just clearly it's functioning within the context of Latin America, and that just seems so important. That it should be common knowledge among anybody with a revolutionary or leftist tinge there in Latin America. Seems tragic that it's not the case. Sandra asks, hi, I don't have the time to watch every video here, at least not currently. What would be the most powerful, important videos to watch? That's kind of a difficult question to answer because it depends on where you're at. If you feel like you at least have a pretty good grasp of politics or political theory, or you at least feel like you're a quick learner, then I'd just go to watch A Modern Anarchism, the whole series. Just watch 1, 2, and 3 in a row. And just not literally in one sitting. They're each like 2 hours long, but those are the videos I'd focus your mind on. However, I doubt that that's the case, given what you just said. And I think it's probably better to watch a video like Constructing the Revolution or Hope or Power. The one that I think, and I've said this numerous times, so I'll say it right here on stream. I think it's important for everybody to just kind of know this. Like this should just be common knowledge for people that watch the channel, I would hope. Or rather, if I do my job right, it should be. Power is the intermediate summary of the political theory I'm writing on this channel. Power is sort of this cohesive, it's me pulling together a theory of power. Really coming to understand what is power, like as a concept. And I really turn it over and I give example and I give application of my theory of power to the world at various scales of existence. And I don't get so, hopelessly stuck in the details that I think that it's too difficult to understand. With that in mind, with power being the one that I note, the video, I personally think it's one I'm proud of. I think that it's aesthetically quite beautiful. I think I love the music that's in it. I love the visuals that are chosen. I think I did a good job delivering it for the most part. One thing I will note is the music's too loud. Okay, so if you've got problems like auditory processing, then probably don't watch Power like either read the essay, which is on the internet, you can go find it, Anark Power, or listen to the version that's on Spotify, because that has all the music taken out. But if you're in it for the whole experience, Power is probably the one that you're going to get the most out of the fastest. And it would also be the one that if you watched Power and then you watched A Modern Anarchism, the series, you would have a very good grasp of the sort of theory that I'm creating on this channel and the sorts of videos that I'm making that I want to focus my efforts on that are important to me. Would also, I believe, give you a pretty good grasp of how power functions in the world. I think you would have a good foundation by the time you were finished. So that's what I would recommend. If you are just trying, the one that might be the most emotionally impactful, I would go back and say Hope. So that's all I'll say about that. And if you're looking for tactics, or you're looking for what to do in the world, you're looking for how to act, Constructing the Revolution. And I just described After the Revolution a minute ago. If that stuff I just talked about interests you, then After the Revolution is what you should watch. Okay, let's move on. Been rambling way too long on these. Okay, I'm going to try to catch up. Okay. So, oh yeah, Jeremy Mance, the number I was thinking of earlier is Dunbar's number. Dunbar's number. That's the one about how big can a community be, and people actually have like quality connections with other humans. Who knows asks, how would decisions I don't know if you're all getting lag here. It's telling me you might be getting lag. Am I dropping frames? Not according to this. Should be good. Okay. Well, anyway. Who knows asks, how would decisions be made under anarchism in large cities? I would say you probably just want to create confederations of councils. Create councils that are a little more locally situated, and they make decisions on common measures, and they take the results of their decisions to a bigger combined council where they already have the votes for the smaller iterations, and they bring those votes to a larger assembly where the results of those votes are then tallied again, and a iterative process of deliberative democracy takes place. And in fact, I would say that's literally what you should do, going up to all scales. That's how I think it should work. So that's my base conception of how it works at all scales. So in a large city, just be a fewer number of those iterations, fewer number of those nested, repetition of building consensus at this level, then taking the results here, and then taking the result here as you build consensus. And it applies to larger and larger regions as you do so. So the answer that would be the same answers to how you do it for the state, and how you do it for a continent, and how you do it for the whole planet, and so on. Obviously, computers are going to be very, very needed in this process, because otherwise it's going to be very, very difficult to consume that sort of, to be able to interact with that many people at the same time, make decisions together with that many people. But we live in the digital era. We do not live in the late 1800s. Brian asks, have you ever thought about learning another language? Yes. I speak a tiny bit of German, and I've been thinking about trying to learn Spanish, but I just absolutely do not have a knack for learning language. Mostly my limitation is I'm bad at learning vocabulary. I'm just not good at rote memorization. I'm good at learning grammar, but I'm bad at learning vocabulary. So it really slows me down, makes it much more difficult. Rote memorization is about repetition so many times. It doesn't stick for a long time. I understand English vocabulary very well by etymology. So I actually kind of relate stubs together Yeah. Oh, I guess I'm looking over at my stream. Looks like I was having some jumps there. I don't know how much got cut out there, but let's see here. Alex says, oh yeah, Gabriella, oh yeah, now we're getting into it. Catch and release program for enemies. Alex, lol, giving me flashbacks to the PALS Discord on Anarchist Twitter a while back. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to wade into that stuff anymore. I've just seen that people can't have mature conversations, unfortunately. The culture we've established on Twitter, and unfortunately it's bled into so many different, it's even in our organizing spaces, it's in our, almost all of our different forms of community. People have very vicious, uncharitable, self-centering, ways of approaching all of these very important debates that we need to be able to discuss, and which I have a great deal of respect that in the anarchist community we have debates and we talk about things that need to be discussed. But we are right now, the community on places like Twitter and Discord and so on is so vicious, so petty, so shallow. It's so unproductive. It serves to split us apart from one another. It doesn't serve to help us arrive on consensus. The opposite of a consensus building process, unfortunately. Disappointing, but I'm just done getting into the weeds on all those topics, because people are just extremely judgmental. Extremely. It's exhausting, and it makes me feel it's one of the most discouraging things I can experience in thinking about the potential for the future of the movement, is to see the way that anarchists and libertarian socialists more broadly treat one another, how vicious they can be. I think that there needs to be a lot more solidarity in our spaces. Anyway, Mr. Oscar Cruz says, I'm just being active because you are inspiring. Never doubt yourself and your ability to reach people. Thanks for your hard work. That's such a nice thing to say. Thank you very much. That's very encouraging feedback. Right after, especially given what I was just saying, that was the perfect time for me to read that, I suppose. Yeah. Anyway, so Jeremy Mann, this is when I was talking about, I can see they're responding when I was talking about after the revolution. Those who are dangerous and intolerant need to be quarantined like someone who has a virus so they cannot infect others. Yeah, I mean, it's complicated, right? Like, that's what we were just discussing there in the situation of prisoners of war. You know, it's hard. It is a harm to others to allow them to be harmed by someone because we were unwilling to restrain them from hurting other people. You know, like that does harm to other people. And we are responsible for that when we refuse to stop them from harming other people. And I don't know what the solution is, but there's got to be some solution. It's not just fly by the seat of our pants. It can't be. So Murillo says, I'm watching the channel videos in order and now I'm looking forward to that video. Oh, nice. Okay, cool. Damn. Wow. You're really starting far back then. Sandra, so the hippie movement, was it also being suppressed by the US too? Yeah, I mean, it just absolutely was. Like, if you look historically, 100%. It was being suppressed both in the news media, and in an active sense, by the government, you know, trying to sabotage anything that went right. Sabotaging the protests, obviously, as they always do with protests. I mean, you know, we have the Kent State Massacre. They literally murdered people at one point. So, yeah, no, absolutely. That being said, they also they co-opted the hippie movement at the same time. So, the fact that there wasn't really a coherent and cohesive political goal kind of made it to where they were very easy to lead in absurd directions, or not absurd, but unproductive directions. They kind of got caught up in a bunch of things that didn't have a chance to actually change anything. They didn't understand how to wield power. Kind of like the criticism I was making of Occupy very early on, is that they didn't move into the next scale of struggle. They stuck in the old scale, hoping that everybody would just like see the virtue of their struggle, and it made them kind of easy to manipulate by the state. Anyway, next one, let's see here. Is currency going to be outdated in a time of technological advancement where people are not legally allowed to work due to inefficiency? I mean, it's kind of hard for me to tell what era it is you're talking about here. Are you talking about today? Or are you talking about some future possible world? And if we're talking about like a future possible world, I don't know if we should be talking about it being illegal for them to work because of inefficiency. But I don't. You'll have to clarify for me to answer that question. Okay. No, I'm not almost caught up, but I'm doing it. I'm making it. Let's see. Connor Lonergan says, here's a lighthearted question. Batman propaganda, yeah or nah? I mean, almost all comic books contain propaganda in them, but it's also weird because they simultaneously have anti-propaganda, because at the heart of comic book mythos is always an unspoken preference for vigilante justice. So they might spend a little token time criticizing the way that the heroes do their work, but it's never serious. Like everybody, you know that when you're consuming the comics, you want vigilante justice to be the solution, not the police. And that's why most of our heroes are kind of like being hunted by the police, or have an uneasy relationship with the police. A lot of them do. But even then, they don't portray the police as the bad guys. They're like, oh, well, you know, they're upstanding citizens, but somebody has to do what is necessary to keep this world safe. So it's like a weird veiled propaganda. It's almost like respect the cops, but just recognize the cops are going to try to do the right thing. And sometimes the right thing is to not care about what the cops will do, but you have to take responsibility for your actions anyway in face of the law. But then at the same time not, because you do vigilante justice and you're constantly evading the law. I don't know. It's a weird contradiction at the very root of comic books. And I guess it probably just is owing to the fact that you've got liberals and conservatives writing all of the base stories. So they're not really thinking through any of the ethical implications of power or structure. Even in the best cases, unfortunately. But that's my very serious answer to your lighthearted question. Excuse me. Ren says, oh, you dropped frames for about 4 seconds about a minute ago, but it recovered. All right. Okay, still catching up. Excuse me. Owen Belazos says, if we don't get a revolution before working automated soldiers come into existence and other tech-like brain microchips that can augment reality, would a revolution still be possible? Yeah, I think so. I think that we have a tendency to imagine such a dystopian existence as being like impenetrable. But once you're at that point, you just have to understand that there's still going to be bottlenecks to their power, that there will still need to be a production, a line of production, and there will be weak spots in that line of production. And that it is in the transition in that process, the masses are not going to go peacefully into eradication. and they will be able to stop the production of new automated soldiers. And it should be said that it's very complex machinery. Complex machinery is very susceptible to being damaged. Small problems lead to big problems. Like we're look at us as an example. Damn, you can hurt a human real easy if you do it right. And the same thing's bound to be true for a sufficiently complex automated soldier. You put it in sufficient enough armor so that it's not, and it becomes far less efficient until you start getting into like mechs or something. But I really don't think that that's going to be the solution to the problem. I think what you're going to see is probably just that there will be a supplementary use of drones, supplementary use of perhaps some on the ground, like walking armory, things like that. Like you might see the dogs from Boston Tech, I think's the name of the company. You might see stuff like that get implemented, but it should be said that even that stuff will be susceptible in certain ways. We would just have to learn what those certain ways are. And it must be said that that automation will be susceptible to its own failures in logic, which we may be able to exploit, and we may be able to find their susceptible means to be sabotaged. And that we really underestimate the incredible sophistication and adaptation of the human mind, and that automation is still not the end. It will be very difficult for it to emulate the function of the human mind and become anything that's even as sophisticated as what we have already conquered in nature. But it's not to say it's impossible, just to say that I think it's unlikely that will lead to a completely unassailable order where there can be no change. I believe that there can always be change, and that there is no such thing as a forever hierarchical power structure, and that it can be changed with mass action at any stage in history, but only if people act. Kenshin asks, how should people with reactionary politics and attitudes in a hypothetical libertarian communist society be treated and handled in democratic decision making? Well, they're clearly going to have competing desires, and they're going to bring those into councils. They're going to create more chaos in that process. They're going to create split decisions. They're going to stall out consensus. They're going to cause problems for sure. And it's possible this is one of the reasons why you actually need to be able to freely disassociate from people. If the council is finding that just like, you've got this group of 5 or 10 reactionaries who just are constantly destroying your ability to make decisions, then it's obvious that you just want to kick that person out. Like that person should just not be part of that council then. The problem is that person's probably still going to be living in that locality, and they're probably still going to be affected by the decisions of that council. So it would be very serious for somebody to be kicked out of a council, because then they would have to be part of a council confederation that had its own access to resources and amenities. And so that is, in fact, a form of power leverage that the councils would have over those reactionaries. And it's possible that people with those politics would be less likely to demonstrate them or take them into the decision-making process, knowing that that is their alternative. So, there's no easy answers to a question like this, but another possibility, another thing is that you just would want to create a horizontally hegemonic society, right? You want to create a society where the default culture is horizontality. The default culture is solidaric. It is a culture that desires freedom. It's a culture that you are surrounded, just like we're surrounded with arguments for hierarchical power. We would hope that in an anarchist society, people are constantly inundated and surrounded with arguments for horizontal power, and that, hierarchy is made to seem just as ridiculous and infeasible as we are told horizontality is within the hegemony of hierarchy. So I guess it's kind of an answer to your question. I suppose we could go quite a bit deeper in that as well. But those are kind of just some of the, skin deep answers here. The first answers you might be interested to think about. Okay. So, sorry, I'm reading through some of these. Some of these are silly. Jeremy gives a good addendum here. It could be done like the autonomous administration of North and East Syria, help abhorrent people, not punishment. Yeah, punish them. Exactly. I think education, therapy would be a very, that's the first recourse, right? Trying to get them to get therapy. Why do they want to be dominated? I'm not talking about in a sexual sense here. I think we all know the answer to that. But, in a sense, why do they want to be subjugated? Why do they want to be enslaved? Why do they want to have their dignity diminished? Why do they think that others should be controlled? Why do they think that others should be subjugated in that sense? Why do they want to bring back a society of bloodshed? I mean, the answers to these questions have to lie probably within some pretty serious psychic damage they've internalized at some point. And I mean, obviously your first approach should be rehabilitation and try to figure out what went wrong. Why do they feel this way? Ibrahim says, love your work, man. Do not stop. I think we should start asking for 4 hours work day, 12 hours for sleeping and working, and 12 hours for what we wish. What do you think? Yeah, that's a good idea. I actually do think that a maximal demand should be like a 4-hour work day. Or I guess a minimal demand should be a 4-hour work day. Maximum demand would be anarchist communism, right? Meineke Man asks, sorry if this has already been asked, but what are you reading right now? Nope, it has not been asked. I am currently reading several works about Stafford beer and Chile. Let me try to find the names of each as it might interest people. One is called Designing Freedom, which is also the name of a Stafford Beer book, but this one is not by Stafford Beer. This one is about Stafford Beer. It has some longer subtitle. It's like Designing Freedom, the Politics of Cybernetics in Chile and Stafford Beer or something like that. But it's basically like an academic paper written by a woman, I think, called Eden Medina, if I'm recalling correctly. But it's essentially recounting the nitty-gritty of the implementation of cybersyn in Chile. That's one thing I'm reading. I am also reading lectures by Stafford Beer. Those are the two big ones. Also in physical format, here right beside me, I have Dawn of Everything. So every once in a while, kind of pick this up and give it a little read. But yeah, that's it for the most part right now. I probably will read more for this video, obviously. Organizational theory, probably mostly what I'll read, and viable systems theory, maybe a little bit more complex systems analysis. But that's the answer to your question. Research for part 4 of A Modern Anarchism. Darth Sawyer says, have any thoughts on adult supremacy? I personally focused on the most immediate hierarchies of capitalism, the state, and white supremacy, but reading about how it reinforces them is interesting. Yeah, no, I mean, adult supremacy is absolutely true. And it's funny because I think a lot when you are young, I feel like you have a pretty visceral awareness of it, that adults sort of look down their nose at you. They see you as lesser. They are demeaning to you. You can often tell when they're kind of being insulting or undermining what you're saying, but you can't figure out any way to express your displeasure with it when you're young. You're aware that you're constantly being forced to do everything in your life. And everybody's always telling you it's for your own good, but a lot of the time it just seems pretty clear to you as a kid that it's not. I think we can all look back and recognize sometimes that it wasn't for our own good. And And obviously, it's true that all of these default relations that are being discussed are relations that aid in the abuse of children, because children don't know how to assert their own autonomy and don't think they even deserve to have autonomy, which means that they are going to be less likely to be able to assert that they should not be, abused in a variety of ways, both sexual and otherwise. Because they aren't being taught they have dignity. They're not being taught they have autonomy over their body. They're being demeaned and treated as lesser and constantly being subtly insulted as not because they don't understand the world, that they don't have any understanding of their own dignity, And I think that leads to a society where child abuse is more rampant. It's pretty fucking disturbing. And it's also the part of your life where you are being brainwashed, it's like early formative brainwashing that is taking place when you're a child. It's the place where those ethos of domination and competition and your worth being derived from that competition, those are being instilled in you when you're a child. And, we rebel to varying degrees, each of us, but, so yeah, it's an important topic. Adult supremacy is an important topic, and it's possible it's one of the oldest hierarchical relations in all of human history. If you could think about how this came, that might have arisen as far back as like ancient prehistoric humans, even though we have some examples where it was otherwise, where children were treated as well and with autonomy and dignity in certain indigenous societies. You can imagine that it may have been a place where it would originate in these very the earliest conditions, where you're confronting a non-technological society without the sophisticated state and all of that. One of those first things you may have been encountering was gerontocracy, right? So yeah, no, it seems like it's an important topic, but at the moment I have no plans to really address that topic explicitly in my work. May come later if it fits into some or another particular work. It could belong in an expansion of a modern anarchism if that comes to be. Anyway, Mr. Oscar Cruz says, any takes on collectivized knowledge, like education models and good examples of education as commons? That's something I'd like to do more research on, but it seems like we have pretty decent starting points in the free schools. What is that? Paulo Freire? Or is that, no, that's, oh man, I always forget. There's two people's names I always get mixed up. One did the free schools and one was a theoretician of education. Pedagogy of the Oppressed and the free schools. Those are two different people, and their names always sound so similar to me. It drives me crazy. But yeah, no, that's my kind of, as you can tell, not very deep inspection of the topic, but it's something that I do want to research more. I read a bunch of Pedagogy of the Oppressed, so you'd think that I could remember this a little better, but anyway. Pedagogy of the Oppressed was being quoted in Modern Anarchism Part 3, but I had to cut a bunch of quotes because of runtime. Boston Dynamics, that was the answer. Kinshin, what should anarchists do to help Palestinians in dismantling the settler colonial state of Israel? I mean, step number one is to get into communication with people in Palestine. Hopefully that doesn't sound shocking at all, but that's step number one. Make inroads with people in Palestine. It could be over the internet or just whatever means you have available. And then that allows you to begin asking questions to them about what they need. Because that's what the answer to the question is always going to be. The Palestinian people need to tell you what they need. Or the people who are struggling in any occasion. And it seems to me like Palestinian people generally say step number one is BDS. Like, that's just obvious that you should, like, there is a concerted boycott campaign going. And I've said before, if there is a concerted and organized boycott campaign, you need to do the concerted and organized boycott. Like, you need to be part of that. If it's disorganized and it's a personal boycott, I've given my opinions on that numerous times. But if it's a organized boycott, you have an obligation to be part of it. So make sure that you're, boycotting those companies. That's at least the minimum you can do, I would say. And then, like I said, begin making inroads into Palestinian politics insofar as that you know what's happening in Palestine, that you are paying attention to the struggle and you are communicating with people that are paying attention to the struggle. So there's the simple answer to your question. Connor Lonergan says, if space colonization becomes viable, should we create an anarchist community on an uninhabited planet? I mean, yeah, I guess. But I personally always discourage the desire to run away from the mega machine. I think that the mega machine could only want for us to retreat from inside of it so that it has a completely captive population. I think it's very important that we always act within the mega machine to undermine it, to create something that is a true threat within inside of it, from within inside of it. And that is priority number one. But to answer your question in a more general sense, not to say that, of course, that may not be worth it. If we can go settle somewhere where we're just not going to be intervened on and we can develop our own structures from scratch. Yeah, that could be good. I mean, it's like, part of the possible answer if indeed that could happen. But I would say the answer even then will probably be fight from within the machine and support whatever struggles are going on outside of the machine. All right, I can hear my voice getting thin, so I think I'm only going to stick around for another 30 minutes. It is, after all, coming around to midnight for me. I think I'm about to call it a night when midnight strikes. With that being said, I'm going to try to catch up so I can answer final questions from people. Hopefully everybody got all of their pressing questions out within the course of this stream. Sandra says, in Batman movie, the Riddler seems like a mixed character, someone going against the state, but also looks like an alt-right person conflating two different things. Yeah, that was confusing. That theming was very, very confusing for sure. It seemed like kind of like propaganda, right? Kind of seemed like, like there was a good vigilante, bad vigilante narrative going. Super weird. But, once again, a recurring theme in comic books. But I guess, I don't know. It felt like the Riddler, they were basically trying, like you say, to make commentary on the alt-right, where it's like, they get obsessed with a conspiracy narrative and they start to become, this like twisted, terroristic figure. And I think that it was meant to, basically kind of differentiate between a good vigilante and a bad vigilante. And then it was also kind of shitting on the alt-right, but it was also kind of more generally shitting on anybody who thought that you can take the vigilante method and then apply it to the state, that you can then apply it to the structure, and that's bad if you do that. It's okay if you just beat up criminals, but don't then think that you should take the vigilante method and apply it to the state. That's bad. And so I think Riddler was a way for them to say that. Unfortunately. Even though that movie was good, in my opinion. I enjoyed it. Thought it was good. Thoughts on Hannah Arendt? Haven't not read Hannah Arendt, so don't have any concrete thoughts. Who Knows asks, Harley Quinn based or nah? I find her pretty attractive, so I'm inclined to say yes, but I need an impartial opinion. Not from what I've seen. She just kind of seems like, sadistic and, like she like kind of harms others by just like being a wild train wreck, a bull in a china shop with human lives. Seems like not a good figure. But yeah. Let's Let's see here. Excuse me. Wow. How is the chat getting reorganized? I think I went back and wow. No, I'm just all over the place right now. Francisco Ferrer. Yes, somebody did it. Paulo Freire is the pedagogy of the oppressed. Francisco Ferrer. Ferrer, as opposed to Freira. Freira? I don't know. I'm bad at this. Paulo Freire, pedagogy of the oppressed. Francisco Ferrer, the free schools. Boom. Boom. Chat coming in clutch. Owen Belezo says, do you think nukes would be used against ANCOM revolutionary forces in the USA or Russia? The answer is no. I actually do not. I think that the repercussions for that would be more serious for the state that did it. It'd be the end of that state if they did that. I think that international intervention would be so catastrophic that ultimately they would destroy themselves doing that just as certainly as if they allowed it to happen. They would, in almost every circumstance, prefer to just use all kinds of outside intervention and more conventional means to do it. The atom bomb would be an act of suicide. And one thing is that people within positions of power, within hierarchical structures, they're not suicidal. They want to perpetuate their power. And nuking your own country, pretty fast way to destroy your power structure. So no, don't think so. Don't think so. Jeremy Mann says, I can't wait for Seriously Wrong to do their Papa and Boy series about child-adult hierarchy. The previews for that look hilarious. The previews for that look hilarious. Casey Zarnomsky says, people need to start thinking outside of the system we use to create a new society structure. AI and robotics is replacing all human labor. Currency will be used as a prison for the masses. I'm sad to say that makes a lot of sense. I wish that what you just said actually was like nonsensical, but it's not. Like what you just said is unfortunately a possibility. Especially if it comes to the point where we're just basically like all unemployed by necessity. And then currency is just a rationing system. And they could essentially ration currency to the masses, never enough for the masses to accumulate anything that really mattered. Whereas then there could be some very small administrative class that has control over all the machinery and essentially just gets to determine the default stipend that is given to the unlaboring masses. Unfortunately, I hate to say that does seem like a plausible possibility. In fact, I've literally thought about it as a concept in fiction before. It's part of the premise of one of the fiction scenarios, or one of the worlds that I've written some in. Is something very similar to what you just described. Maria Dalmacedo says, is there a way that anarchy can work with today's human and society corrupted morals? Well, let me say this. If by anarchy you mean what I mean, which is the emergent order that comes out of a society of, free association and consensus and cooperative decision making and the horizontalization of power structures and so on, then yes, I actually do. I think that is the structure that would, build the new society and would make people into different kinds of people and would probably be best at keeping, tyrants from rising to power. But the way that you asked it might suggest to me that you see anarchy as structurelessness, and you're afraid that if we get rid of structures that exist within this current society, that people will not be able to live without that structure. But I'd like to emphasize that anarchy does not mean structurelessness. Anarchy, it means the absence of hierarchical power structures. So there would be other kinds of structures that would hold together the functioning of humanity and prevent bad actors from taking over the existing structures which exist and harming others. So in my view, the answer to that question is yes. Kenshin says, does it bother you that Rojava gets some military support from the U.S. empire? Also, what do you think of the worrisome amount of neo-fascist paramilitaries that are fighting for Ukrainian sovereignty? To the first one, the answer is mostly no, but the thing that bothers me about it is reliance. It's not... I don't care that the U.S. gave Rojava weapons and military assistance. If my enemy wants to fund a liberation project against them, fine. Okay, give me the guns to shoot you with. But the problem is that Rojava then derives its continued ability to exist from that support, and that's the part that worries me. But I do want to say, a heartening fact is that the U.S. provides very little support to Rojava at this point. They pulled out during Trump's presidency. So there is very little American presence in Rojava at this point. And that's the reason why that Turkey has been pressing an offensive into Rojava for the last, I think, like year or so. Pretty much as soon as they pulled out, Turkey began asking how they were going to intervene in the region because America wasn't providing air support and on-the-ground support of all different sorts to Rojava. So Rojava has to defend itself largely without American military intervention. And of course, the reason the U.S. supported it is just because they're trying to undermine Assad. That's really what it comes down to. They supported Rojava not because they agreed with the Rojavan revolution and its goals and all that. They didn't care about that. They just wanted to destabilize Syria so that Assad would not be able to maintain control because Syria is an ally of Russia. And so it's just geopolitics. But if Rojava somehow benefits from those geopolitics, all the better. All the better. I'm fine with it. Sounds good. I just hope that they didn't build too much reliance, and I hope that they can hold back the Turkish offensive. As far as the paramilitaries in Ukraine, Ukraine's just another capitalist state. In fact, it like Russia, it has many fascist elements to it. So it's like, I don't support the Ukrainian state or anything. People have the right to defend themselves. Ukrainian people have a right to defend themselves from Russia. That's really what it comes down to. I don't support their military or whatever. I don't support the Ukrainian state. I support the people in resisting incursion. And that's what it always boils down to. Maria says, not voting or voting the Workers' Party. Probably voting the Workers' Party. I don't think it matters very much, but if you're going to vote, probably vote for the least of numerous evils. Yeah, go for it. I don't think it's important, though, personally. If you choose not to vote, fine. But if you do vote for the ones you think are the least bad. Who knows says, make the backgrounds lights red. Okay, I'll do it. Boom. Oh yeah. No, it's like an evil cave in here now. Now I'm like a vampire or something. Oh yeah. See, ambiance. There we go. You like that? Sorry, I just watched myself do that. I look like a fool. Okay, anyway. Isidro says, I stumbled upon this live stream late. I don't know if someone already asked this question. How can I get involved with local anarchist groups? I live in Sacramento, California. The difficulty with answering this question is mostly just that it's kind of dependent on whether there's a group near you or even, near enough to you that you can be active. And I don't know of a specific group in Sacramento, California. I know California's big, and so it's like hard to go. You could be in California and not even be close to another like anarchist group or something. But I just want to point out, for example, Yellow Peril Tactical. I know that there are anarchist groups that are forming all over. If you should get a hold of Ketsa. I know Ketsa is out there in California. Subscribe to Ketsa's channel. That's Quetzza. She's also on Twitter. I know she's out in California and she's been wanting to get all kinds of things started. I don't know enough about the geography of California to know if she's close to you. But go look up Yellow Peril Tactical on Twitter and maybe they can give you some instruction. I don't know. Sorry I couldn't be more helpful. X Orpheus says, what are your thoughts on Greenpeace and are there any anarchist evaluations or critiques of Greenpeace worth reading or hearing? Not to my knowledge, and I don't know enough about the organization to make any criticisms, but as I understand it, it's a liberal nonprofit. That doesn't mean that it's not doing good work, but if I could just make a critique of nonprofits, and it would probably apply if I had to guess. Yeah. Owen says, I have a fear that in an automated economy, if revolutionary thought came to be major, the capitalists would just give out tons of concessions and at least try to kill off all the revolutionary forces, quelling revolutionary thought, and this would continue until humanity is extinct. Yeah, I mean, it's not like that's impossible, I guess, but... And this is just, the eternal refrain of this channel. Is that the only thing that prevents that from happening is people acting to make sure it doesn't happen, right? There's no inevitable arc. There is only the results of our actions. There is bringing potentials into actuality. So if we want to make sure that doesn't happen, we need to make sure it doesn't happen. Look around at the signals of its beginnings and ask yourself how you can stop those things from taking place. And then act in that sense. To make sure that they don't continue, that they don't proceed upon the path towards that end. That's all I can say. Focus your mind upon the things that are available to end the possibility of that, to stop that from being possible. Jeremy Mann says, what about Cornel West? Although I don't think voting will do much. I don't know. Once again, vote however you want. Vote Cornel West, I guess, if you want to. We'll see how he does, I guess. Mr. Oscar Cruz says, anarcho-vampirism. Exactly. Darth Sawyer says, do you ever play D&D? You seem like a fun person to dungeon delve with. I mean, obviously, like most people who played tabletop, I played D&D when I was young. And it was 3rd edition. And I enjoyed it. I liked it, you know. I was a young nerd. I liked fantasy medieval stuff, so I enjoyed D&D. But I haven't played it very much in years. I did like a campaign where I played like 3 games. Yeah, I think that's it. I think I played like a few years ago. I played another campaign. It only lasted like 2 or 3 games. But for me, I like the more, like, I don't know, punishing, sort of dark or realistic role play. Maybe not. That's a little more crunchy. So the game that I've been developing, it has like permadeath. Combat is very punishing, you know, stuff like that. I like that vibe a little bit more. D&D is a little too whimsical for me sometimes, but it's still cool. D&D's, you know, it's very developed, got a big mythos. Mechanics have just had so much playtesting over so many editions. But for me, it's just a little too... It creates wandering murder hobos. And I think if you play D&D, you know what I'm talking about. And I don't like that. I'd rather we were like immersed in the world and we had like characters and, you know, all that. I like when the games like are more... They make more sense. They're not just these kind of like zany adventure campaigns. That's just me. Everybody's got their own preferences. Murillo says, thoughts on Food Not Bombs? I'm glad they're doing the work they're doing, but I am not convinced that method scales into anything that is going to change the world. And to be fair, it doesn't seem like they're usually claiming that it will, but I do wish that there were that many chapters of a group that was doing something that might scale into a real threat, to change the form of society, to create revolutionary potential. But once again, the work they're doing is valuable. It's essentially harm reduction. Okay, I guess that's the best way to say it. Food Not Bombs is harm reduction. And harm reduction is good, but harm reduction in and of itself is not revolutionary. Harm reduction is part of revolutionary work, but harm reduction is not itself revolutionary. It has to be revolutionary harm reduction. And I don't think that what they're doing is revolutionary in that sense. I think that it's kind of just harm reduction. Once again, and that's good, harm reduction is good. I'm not going to shit on anybody for that work. It's work that helps people in a real concrete sense, but we also need to be thinking about how to create horizontal power structures that actually are a threat to this power structure so that we don't have to deal with harm reduction of people who are starving because we live under a system that makes them starve and makes them homeless. It'd be really great if we could just, deal with the systemic problem, but I understand that is a million times larger task, and they're addressing the needs of people on the ground right now where they need it. And there's value in that. So those are my opinions. I hope I didn't offend anybody if you do stuff with Food Not Bombs, and I hope I didn't discourage you either. I don't want you to feel discouraged. I want you to understand your work actually does help people, but I sometimes am frustrated to know how much of our energies as anarchists are going into harm reduction and not into building something that is a real body for struggle that can actually go to war with the machine. So, anyway. Let's see here. Nightshade Raven says, is there something we can do in our personal lives to practically apply anarchism to our day-to-day lives? Yeah, I mean, be good to others. Just, like, I mean, it sounds so simple, but, don't model hierarchical relations in your life. Don't try to be over others. Don't mistreat the people around you. Practice accountability, yet at the same time, practice standing up for yourself. You need to learn when to protect your dignity and assert yourself, because that's how you prevent people from exploiting you, okay, and controlling you. But at the same time, you also need to ask how you are party. You need to ask how you are perpetuating harm against others, and make sure that you're reducing the amount of harm that you're causing against others. So, that's like, I know that just sounds so simple, but it's just absolutely part of the process, and then, of course, ask yourself, how many of the relations, even interpersonal relations, are you involved in that you're doing them out of obligation, that they're essentially being done out of like social structural coercion, where you're just being forced into them because others expect them of you, not because they are things that actually are good for you and which are good for the world. You're doing them out of obligation, not because they are good for anybody. Sorry, one of the cats walked up and was rubbing against my ankle. But, those are kind of simple answers, I suppose. Be kind to others. Demonstrate charity and solidarity with other people. Don't seek out reasons to hate others. Don't seek out reasons to be unkind or cruel or controlling of other people in your personal life. Practice patience and understanding, while at the same time asserting yourself when necessary. It's a difficult balance to strike, but it's important. Oh, okay, so we're coming down to the very end here. We have about 5 minutes left. I'm probably going to wind down on answering questions. That was 5 hours. 5 hours. That was a pretty good one, though. I think that was a pretty good stream. We kept a lot of momentum going that whole time. I can't believe that was 5 hours. Whew. Ooh. Ooh. All right. Okay, so Neo-Americana, how do you think the division of labor would fundamentally change in its coming of age? I think that's a pretty open question. I think that probably you're going to find certain people that would be, I don't know what you'd call it, Renaissance people. And then you're going to find other people that are just like, oh my God, this is so great. I'm not being coerced. I can just pursue my single special interest for 10 years. Hell yeah. And they're just going to go focus on that special interest for 10 years. I think that's something you're going to see just as much. You're also going to see some people that are, want to do all kinds of different things. They want to learn how to be a carpenter and then build houses, and they want to move on to, being an engineer, and then they want to move on to being an artist, and then maybe they'll do all of them at the same time at different times, and they'll be involved in this and that. I think that you might see a mixture of these different kinds of things. I also think you probably have a society that would be trying to educate people to be good at a wide variety of things, that would see life as a continual learning process, and therefore specialization is something people would see as accessible to them. If they wanted to specialize, they could, and if they just wanted to be good enough to be useful and to act together with other people, they could also do that. Let's see. Let's get this going. There we go. Okay, see, as we're coming around to the end, we're going back to the traditional colors. You see, what we got here is Anark abridged colors, or whatever, I don't know, my little Anark video segment colors. Here they are. We're no longer anarcho-vampirism, okay? Well, we're coming around here to the end, got, I don't know, 4 minutes or something. But I just want to emphasize, if you just sat here for 5 hours and watched me talk at length, you should, if you're not subscribed to the channel, subscribe to the channel, like the video and so on. Okay. And if you can, go over to Patreon, patreon.com/anark, ANARK, and become a patron at any amount. I'm not just talking to you that are here in the chat now, but you know, those of you who are watching afterwards. Damn, 5 hours. Well, just wanted to make that pitch here at the very end. Already gave the spiel about the state of the channel at the very beginning. I think that this went pretty well. So I think this is one of my favorite live streams we've done so far. And if you want to see me do more of these, once again, becoming a patron is the best way to do that, because it really is a function of my mental energy, how much I can focus on the channel. And yeah, cool. Did pretty good. Yeah, who knows? So says those are thought slime colors. Yeah, numerous people have noted that. But you know what it really comes down to is the YouTube colors. You know, they say are like purples and pinks. Okay. And you know, it's funny because when I was looking through all the possible color combinations, I was just searching through them. Okay. Like, look at this. You see blue? Okay. Blue, you know, it's I don't know, it kind of washes me out a little bit, right? Kind of, you know, like it makes my skin look a little more pale. I don't know. Maybe it's kind of feels a little bit desolate, you know? Okay. And then we got green, and it's like, whoa, that's pretty intense. That one though, that one I considered. Okay. I considered this one. I considered green. That one was in the running. Okay. Then we got yellow, and it's kind of like, I don't know, just not, you know, kind of nothing. It looks like a normal light back there, maybe a little more orange than normal, you know? Like, then you got yellow. I don't know. That's not impressive. Yellow, not impressive. And then, but notice as soon as it goes to like pink or purple, it's like, ooh, there's something nice about that. That's special. I don't know if you played World of Warcraft, but you know, that's the color of an epic. Wow. And that one, you know, but these other colors, red, that's so intense, right? It's like red alert. What am I on, like a submarine, and like a torpedo just hit the side of the submarine, and the alarm's like, wah, wah, right? Like that's what this makes me think. I look at this color, and that's what makes me think. So why purple? I don't know. Look at it. That's why everybody's using purple. It's not, you know, they say it's a bisexual lighting. It's like, no, I mean, it's just purple's pleasing color, right? And then, oh, well, green. Oh, what's the complementary color to purple? It's green. So there you go, right? It's got a logic to it. It's got a logic to it. That is my description of the, Kaboom says, but orange is legendary. Okay. That is true. You do have a good point. I mean, I guess by my own logic, right? My own logic. And then as somebody says, okay, the solution is rotating disco colors. Okay. See right there. That's it. That's it. Oh, no, not like that. There we go. See, rotating disco colors, right? That's how we started. It kind of gets you keyed in. I was like, okay, I'll give this a try for the stream. And I think it was good. What does everybody think? With the rotating rainbow colors, maybe for the streams, we do rotating rainbow colors. Go to sleep, you're tired. Nice. I was so glad to have y'all in here. I can't believe we had this many viewers for this long. I was actually able to keep everybody's attention. Exceptional. Wow. Good job, Daniel. Incredible. Bye. All right. Well, I think that's about it, everyone. When I'm doing weird, like Donald Trump impressions, that's when you know the stream's over. Thank you for watching up to this point. This one was really enjoyable. And I'll see you next on an Anark Responds, probably. Farewell.